Testing audio. This is an audio check to the live stream. This is Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting, April 17th, 2024. I'll go back to audio mute.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. Is Jenny missing? All right, everybody, it is 4:30. Dario, on your mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. This is the regular meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. It is 4:30, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. My name is Vivian Malaulu, and I am the current board president. I'd like to welcome all of you to the Liberal Arts Campus. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter. Herlinda Chico. Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduakcho Entuk. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No public speaker cards received.
Thank you. At this time, we will adjourn to closed session to discuss the following items. Item 1.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one potential case. Item 1.5, personnel, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, public employee employment, performance evaluation, discipline, dismissal, release, one case. Item 1.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9A, LASC case number 22STCV11381, Roberts versus Long Beach Community College District. Item 1.7, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9A, PERB case number LACE 6788E, Certificated Hourly Instructors of Long Beach City College, CTA NEA versus Long Beach Community College District. We will move on to item 1.8 on the agenda, recess to closed session at 4:32 p.m. We will be back at 5:30. Thank you. Noon, everyone. We are waiting on tech for 30 more seconds. Oh, Dario, okay, we have the green light. All right, everyone, good afternoon, welcome. We love having all of you here. We do like to begin on time, and I am 1 minute late. It is 5:31. I would like to reconvene the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Wednesday, April 17th. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am the board president, and we are coming back from closed session. At this time, I would like to ask one of our guests, who is very involved in our LBCC Foundation, Ms. Summer Temple, to please lead us in the flag salute. And you can do it from your seat. Thank you. And we have a land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to their land. Item 2.4, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter. Herlinda Chico. Present. Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia. Student trustee Mineta.
Present.
Item 2.5, we have nothing to report on closed session. However, we will have a second closed session at the conclusion of this regular open session section of the meeting. Item 2.6, public comments on agenda items. We do have one public comment on agenda items, Mr. Curtis Williams. He will be speaking on item 2.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Board President. I'm speaking on the Pledge of Allegiance, which ends with the phrase, "with liberty and justice for all." In December 2020, you passed a resolution that gave SERP a supplemental early retirement incentive. Part-time faculty were not excluded by the resolution, but were not able to participate because of the actions of the board. This has never been fully explained. In the last few years, several part-time faculty were not credited with CalSTRS, for which they were eligible, but I understand that that's being worked on. Therefore, I thought it would be interesting to examine the Form 700 filings by the trustees. These are statements of economic interest required by the Fair Political Practices Commission. In looking at the last few years, Trustee Zia included some investments in Schedule A1 for some stock that she owned. She filled out the form quite well. The only concern was that one stock on her 2021 filing wasn't appear on their 2022, so she asked to list when it was sold. And she has a few other stocks that are the same sort of things. She listed some stock as ETFs, but they're actually public stocks. So you can file an amendment at any time. Any of you that file Form 700s can file that. Trustee Chico included a government salary, which is not required to be reported. In the 2023 filing, Schedule B, interest in real property, there was a rental property listing, but no acquisition date. This rental property did not exist on the 2022 form, so it's unclear when this was acquired or converted from a primary home, which is not required to be listed. Trustee Baxter's 2022 Schedule D gifts included a gift in the value of $5,549 from the American Steamboat Company. According to the Fair Political Practice Commission, the maximum gift amount in 2022 was $520. On behalf of the public, we need to understand how this is not a disqualifying gift. In 2023, Trustee Ntuk reported on Schedule A2 investments, income and assets of business entities for a corporation he owns with his family called Engineering Results and Associates. He is listed as a director with the California Secretary of State, but not on the form. In the comments section, he indicated that client names are protected from disclosure due to confidentiality and privacy reasons. Based on the instructions, you are required to disclose individual sources of income above $10,000. Additionally, for Trustee Ntuk, on Form E, income gifts, travel payments, the receipt of a gift of travel to Vienna, Austria, was from the Global Policy Leadership Academy. The box checked underneath is that it's a 501c3 nonprofit. Global Policy Leadership Academy is a for-profit California corporation incorporated in 2019. Not being a 50c3 nonprofit means that the 2023 gift limit of $590 has been exceeded. Please explain how this travel is not a disqualifying gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments on agenda items? Thank you. We're going to move on to section 2.7 on the agenda. Do any of my colleagues on the board wish to reorder the agenda? All right. Section 3 of the agenda, resolutions and recognitions. And I'm sure that is why many of you are here. I will make one announcement. We do have multiple resolutions and recognitions. What we will do is we will work through the agenda. Once we have gone through all of the recognitions and all of the resolutions, then we will pause and we will have each group come forward to take a picture. That way we're not getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down, and wasting your time and ours. That way we'll all be together taking pictures. So just be ready with your phones, and then we have Jerome in the back with his professional district camera who will be doing that. So if you just bear with us, we will get you all in the photos all at one time. Item 3.1 on the agenda. This is an action item. I do need a motion and a second. Let me read the recommended action. That the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 041724E, declaring the week of May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week as recognized by the State of California through a bill signed by the governor in 1986. Trustee Chico with the motion.
Second.
Trustee Zia with a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Madam Secretary, do we need roll call vote for this? All right, so roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter, Herlinda Chico, Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia,
Aye.
and apologies, Emma, student trustee
Aye.
Mineta.
Motion carries. Item 3.2 on the agenda, Resolution Autism Acceptance Month. This is also an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 041724A, recognizing Autism Acceptance Month as submitted.
So moved.
We've got a motion. I believe that was Trustee Zia with the motion, Trustee Chico with a second. Any discussion on the item? All right, we have two speakers. Let's go ahead and take the vote, and then we'll have the speakers come up.
Virginia Baxter, absent. Herlinda Chico. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Student trustee Mineta.
Aye.
Motion carries. And our two speakers, if you would please come forward. I've got Bernadette Gonzalez, DSPS counselor, and a student, Samuel Borrowdale. Come on up, please.
Sorry, student Samuel couldn't make it tonight, but Sheldon is here, possibly.
Welcome, Shelton.
So Sheldon has decided for myself to go first. Good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, and all on the dais. I just wanted to express my gratitude for passing this significant resolution. Advocates in the autism community have long pushed for April to move from awareness to acceptance. And here we are as a campus community embracing this change. Because at LBCC, we know words matter. It matters that we speak with acceptance of individuals for who they are in ways that honor their experience, strengths, and challenges. It matters that we not only talk of acceptance, but act on it too. Here at LBCC, our actions reflect our words of acceptance. Through our DSPS program supporting almost 350 students with autism, our College to Career program that in partnership with Harbor Regional, California Mentor, Social Vocational Services, and HOPE provide students an opportunity to receive academic support, build job skills, and strengthen independent living skills. 77% of our participants in this program leave LBCC with employment in a job related to their field of study. Our Thrive program that provides students with individualized support outside of the classroom, and our neurodiversity panel that provides our students with autism a platform to provide our campus community an opportunity to grow together. Acceptance involves intentional actions that promotes a welcoming and secure environment for those around us. I'm proud of our work, and I look forward to continuing our work of acceptance.
Good evening, board. It's good for me to be here to speak with you all. Today, I would like to speak on autism in Long Beach City College. For a while, autism doesn't really get noticed and doesn't really get represented in a community that's fully, I wouldn't say not aware of it, but I would say it's not being present, it's not being spoken upon. And I feel myself as a young adult on the spectrum, I find it hard, sometimes challenging, to be in a class that doesn't have like-minded individuals. And speaking on DSPS and their services, such as DSPS, I really find it to be a very instrumental tool for adults like myself and my peers and colleagues to really enrich our college experience. And it's a really amazing opportunity. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Brett. Yeah, we can go back to have discussion on this item if you'd like, Trustee Chico.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I didn't get his name because his name wasn't Shelton. Shelton, thank you for sharing your story. Oh, I don't think he can. Shelton, thank you for sharing your story. It's very important that you represent, that your voice is heard. My cousin who's 36 now, actually just turned 36, was diagnosed with autism, when he was born. And we've advanced so far, but it shows that we need to continue to advance. He's nonverbal. The resources weren't there. What this does is provide the resources for all of our students, and for you speaking out on that, because housing and health are such important conversations and topics to have for our students. I appreciate you doing that. Also, I've worked with Hope and been to a couple of their openings of their housing developments, and they're incredible. They're really incredible. The one that I went to, that's just down the street from LBCC on Clark, is just, it really does promote independent living and helps our students navigate through the systems that they have to. So thank you again, Shelton. That's so important that you were here and that you spoke for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move on to item 3.3 on the agenda. This is a resolution for Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 041724B, recognizing Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day as submitted. Trustee Untuck with a motion.
Second.
Trustee Chico with a second. Madam Secretary, any discussion on the item? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter absent. Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Student trustee Mineta.
Aye. Motion carries. item, and for the benefit of the public, the actual resolutions are attached to the board doc agenda. So if you log on to the board docs and view the agenda, you can click on the supporting documents and you will be able to see and read all of the resolutions. And I want to commend staff, not just this month because we have so many resolutions, but every month, staff puts in a lot of time and effort into making these resolutions really relevant and really descriptive. So please take a moment to read the resolutions. They've all done such a great job. Item 3.4 on the agenda, I will need a motion and a second. This is regarding Arab American Heritage Month. Oh, by the way, excuse me, I'm sorry, my bad. We have speakers. We have speakers for Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. I apologize for that. So we have Lulu Amante, Career Pathways Coordinator. We have Alex Luong, Interim Director, FYE and Destino Program. And we have other speakers who might take the podium from APID Affinity Group. We've got Stacy Toda, Julie Daniels, welcome.
Alrighty, good evening, fellow Long Beach City College community members, LBCC leadership, and our esteemed Board of Trustees members. One thing I want to say is, man, can you believe it's been a whole year? 1 whole year ago, I stood before this specific group, the first time we recognized Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. And I spoke about a story of my family's history in music. I spoke about my family's history in survival, but more importantly, I spoke about a renaissance that we're experiencing here at Long Beach City College. I wanted to come up here and speak a little bit personally about all the progress that I've seen over this past year, not only in my own journey, but also in the journey of our students, our staff, and our community as well. Yesterday, we kicked off Khmer New Year celebration at the Pacific Coast campus, and being at that event was really empowering because we see our elders, we see folks coming in and celebrating our traditions, but we also see all these little toddlers running around and being in a space where they were enlightened and really got a chance to learn a little bit about our culture. So I just wanted to come up here and personally say thank you for this opportunity, and I really want this progress to keep going year by year. And at this point, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Lulu.
Thank you, Alex. Good evening, fellow LBCC community members, our LBCC leadership, and esteemed board members. My name is Lulu Amante Tupua. I serve as the president of the Asia Pacific Islander DESI Affinity Group for our staff and faculty. Thank you. So today, as we acknowledge and mark the Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day, we honor the solemn memory of the lives lost in the late 1970s under the Khmer Rouge regime. And in accepting this resolution, we affirm our resolve to remember and to educate, ensuring such tragedies never occur again. Long Beach holds the largest Cambodian community outside of Cambodia, a community that embodies resilience and renewal. It is with deep respect and solemnity that we acknowledge the millions of lives lost and the countless others affected by the imaginable tragedy. The Khmer Rouge regime sought to erase history, culture, and life itself. The strength of our Khmer community inspires us. This resolution is not merely a formality, but a promise from all of us to stand against tyranny and champion human rights. Together, let us continue to stand in solidarity, remembering the past to protect our future. Let this resolution be a testament to our unyielding dedication to human rights and a symbol of unwavering commitment to ensuring that such tragedy is never repeated. To our survivors and their families, your strength and your resiliency inspire us. Your stories, filled with both pain and perseverance, remind us of the critical work that lies ahead. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item from the affinity groups on campus? All right, we're going to move on to item 3.4 on the agenda, which is the resolution for Arab American Heritage Month. I need a motion and a second that the
So
Board of
moved.
Trustees adopt Resolution 041724C, recognizing Arab American Heritage Month as submitted. Trustee Zia with a motion.
Second.
Trustee Chico with a second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter absent, Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. We have speakers for this item. Please welcome to the podium Dr. Hussam Kashu, Associate Dean, Online Learning and Educational Technology, Professor Samira Habash, and son, LBCC student Ramzi Steenhoek. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Is there anyone else? Come on up, please. I apologize, on the agenda, it's written Professor Samira Habash, but it should be Dr. Samira Habash. Welcome.
You sat next to me. Okay. Mr. Superintendent, President Munoz, esteemed board members, and LBCC's finest, marhaba wa salam alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. On behalf of the Arab American Long Beach community, faculty, and students, thank you again for approving the LBCC Arab American Heritage Month resolution. Ooh. While the term Arab American applies to a broad spectrum of people, this resolution is especially significant during the crucial and controversial period in history when innocent Palestinian children, women, and men face alarming food, water, electricity, and medical shortage, a direct result of the indiscriminate and inhumane bombings of the Gaza Strip, which, according to Al Jazeera, cost the lives of 34,000 innocent Palestinians, of which half were innocent women and children. I'm extremely proud to be a Palestinian American. However, like so many Palestinian Americans, I know that my bloodline comes at a cost. Wearing the kafiyeh, the traditional Palestinian scarf, often draws unwelcoming glares and makes Palestinians the targets of hate crimes. In October, a 6-year-old Palestinian American boy named Wadia was fatally stabbed 26 times by his mother's landlord for being Palestinian. In November, in the state of Vermont, 3 college students of Palestinian descent were shot near the University of Vermont while speaking Arabic and wearing the kafiyehs. I too have personally experienced significant hatred and discriminatory remarks. Like when in high school, an instructor whom I adored asked me, "Does this mean that you plan to bomb my house?" upon discovering my Palestinian roots and heritage. I want to be clear, concern for the pain and suffering of the Palestinian people is not the same as being anti-Semitic. One is driven by compassion and the other by pure hate. And while this resolution doesn't bring light to the painful struggles of the Palestinian people, which I hope this college will one day have the courage to do, this is a much appreciated step in the right direction. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Habash. Thank you, Board of Trustee, President Malauulu, Vice President Baxter, Board of Trustees Ntuk, Chico, Zia, Student Trustee Minete, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, VPs, and esteemed colleagues. For those who don't know me, my name is Dr. Hussam Kashu. I'm the Associate Dean, I'm no longer Associate Dean. I'm the Dean of Online Learning, Educational Technology, and Learning Resources. It is an honor and pleasure to be here along with Professor Habash and her son, Ramzi, representing the Arab American students, faculty, and staff at Long Beach City College. I stand here with gratitude for your continued support and steps taking in declaring April as the Arab American Heritage Month within our institution. Our district's dedication to fostering an environment of anti-racism, social justice, culture of care, diversity, equity, inclusion is truly commendable, and this proclamation is a testament to that commitment. The diversity of our student body, faculty, and staff is one of the greatest strengths of our institution. The significance of Arab American Heritage Month extends beyond the recognition of one particular culture. It is a celebration of diversity, resilience, and the invaluable contribution of Arab Americans to our society. Arabs are not a race. The word Arab is a cultural and linguistic term. The Arab world consists of 22 countries ranging from West, North, and East Africa to the Middle East. The countries have a rich diversity of ethnic, linguistic, and religious communities, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish. They are diverse in culture, dialects, traditions, histories, and themselves are people of all colors. Some have blue eyes and light complexions like myself from Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, and others are black Africans from Mauritania, Sudan, and Somalia. And many of those are in between. By acknowledging Arab Heritage Month, we honor the multifaceted identities of our communities. Arab Americans have played a pivotal role in shaping various aspects of American societies, including academia, arts, sciences, businesses, innovation, and more. By acknowledging this Heritage Month, we embrace the principles of inclusion, respect, and appreciation of all cultures and backgrounds. Moreover, the proclamation serves as a beacon of unity, understanding, and hope in a world often plagued by division and discord. It sends a message to our college community that our college community is committed to embracing and celebrating all cultures, regardless of background or origin. It reaffirms our belief in the identity, inherent dignity and worth of every individual, and our commitment to creating a more just and equitable society for all. Fostering an environment where individuals of diverse backgrounds can come together to learn, grow, and thrive, it reaffirms our commitment to promoting our college values of anti-racism, social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion within our college community and beyond. This is also seen in our land acknowledgements and the value of Indigenous people, our dedication to student success in overcoming America's history of slavery, racial segregation, and systemic racism. Examples are also seen today in other resolutions in the Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day, as well as the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Awareness Day that's coming next. It is very easy, and honestly, in reality, it's very easy to be a strong supporter of anti-racism, social justice, diversity, equity, inclusion, when it is a popular concept and politically correct concept. Have we asked where would we have stood during the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the indigenous people of this land, during the oppression and slavery of Black Africans, during Jim Crow laws of racial segregation? Where did we stand during the apartheid in South Africa? Have we asked how could a population accept such atrocities, and what were the harsh implications towards those who stood up and spoke out against those atrocities, those practices, and those norms within their society? As Dr. Habash noted, the answer in all honesty, is that litmus test is where do you stand with Palestine today? And by me saying that, it might offend some people. It might be very hard to hear. And the question is, why is that? Think and reflect on that. As Dr. Habash noted, over the past 7 months in Gaza, over 35,000 Palestinians have been murdered, over 14,000 children, and 9,000 women. Over 76,000 have been injured and maimed, losing limbs. Over 2 million are in the brink of dying of starvation and man-made famine. Over 10,000 Palestinian hostages are in Israeli prisons, held without due process or any formal charge. And this is a long decades of prisoners that are taken. And many of them are under 12 years old. Tens of thousands are still under the rubble and not known how many the numbers are. For many Americans, their understanding and perspectives of this region in the world is very different, is driven by a narrative that they are indoctrinated to believe within our society, by our government, mainstream media, entertainment industries, led by hidden and at times open agendas. I will not go further into that details and discussion on that topic. That's something we can discuss in another moment. Just take a moment and reflect on how past atrocities were permitted and seen as acceptable, and how some are today. As in conclusion, as we reflect on the significance of Arab American Heritage Month, let's continue to amplify the voices and stories of Arab Americans, celebrate their achievements, and work towards building a more inclusive and equitable society for all and paving the way for greater understanding and appreciation. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue, amplify marginalized voices, work tirelessly to dismantle systemic barriers that hinder the full participation of all members of our community. Let us continue to uphold the values of anti-racism, social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion that define our institution. Once again, I send my gratitude to each of you for your leadership and dedication and to recognize the importance of Arab American heritage. Together, let us continue to champion diversity, celebrate the cultures that enrich our community, and strive to make our college a place of hope, acceptance, and belonging for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a request from Trustee Zia to go back to the discussion on this item. Trustee Zia?
Thank you, President Malauulu. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed the discussion period. It's an honor to have pioneered this resolution. I think it's our second or third. I think it's our third year we're honoring our Arab American community. So I'm going to switch to Arabic. Assalamu alaikum, ahlan wa sahlan. Ana Saeed Lanka Hanam, Ana Akhtakal Yahudia, لدنيا نفس العالم و صدمة نتيجة لحرب أخيرة أحب أخواني وأخواتي الفلسطينيين. I love you. I stand in arms with you. We may not agree. I share your pain and trauma. I am so proud of you for being here, wearing your kafia. Know that you belong. This is a college that we purport to be inclusive, and you are welcome, and we honor you. And we honor everyone. So I just want to put that out there. When the war happened, I have loved ones where Hamas attacked, steroids. I have loved ones who were impacted directly, who had to be living elsewhere. So it's very difficult. It's very much a personal journey. I have loved ones who had to evacuate. As recent as this weekend, schools were closed in Israel. I'm afraid of what's going to happen to Iranians. Currently, I'm impacted from all sides. And I feel that we share, it's not intellectually complicated, as Yuval Noah Harari says, to condemn both bad actors. I condemn Hamas. We need our hostages back. And I think every innocent civilian deserves the right to exist and be cared for. And I condemn the actors that have brought this atrocity on innocent civilians. And I stand with you as your sister in arms, and I'm with you always. I've been with you. I view you as family. We're more united and we have more in common than not. And we both have a shared past, and we've both experienced atrocities recently, to a point that I have been told by my own family members not to wear my dog tags to bring our hostages home, or have a mezuzah, or wear my Star of David. I feel your pain, Samira. I feel when you say you've been targeted when you wear a kafia. And I just want you to know that not in here. We welcome you, we love you, and this is a place where you belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this item? All right, we're going to move on to item 3.5. This is also an action item. It is a resolution regarding Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 041724D, recognizing Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter absent. Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries, and we do have a speaker, our very own student trustee, Emma Mineta. Emma,
Thank you, Board President and Board of Trustees, for recognizing this resolution today. Missing and murdered Indigenous peoples are stolen and silenced at disproportionate rates. MMIP encapsulates similar disproportionate rates of physical and sexual violence against Native peoples. The best explanation that I've heard of MMIP is that it's like a coin, it's two-sided. This epidemic is abetted by legislation, policies that impede on tribal sovereignty and limit, if not obstruct, justice for Indigenous peoples. The other side is tolerance and inaction. Today's resolution is a step towards affirming Indigenous communities' value and importance within our Long Beach City College community. May 5th is the National Awareness Day for MMIP, and it was intentionally chosen as it is the birthday of Hannah Harris, a Northern Shan woman who was murdered on the Northern Shan Reservation. And as Hannah's mother said the day she was honored, as a mother, nothing will replace the loss of my daughter, but by organizing to support the National Day of Awareness and creating the changes needed, I know it will help others. And Hannah and so many others will not be forgotten. Individual and institutional actions or statements that are necessary to shifting our cultural and legal perceptions of Indigenous justice and rights. So I look forward in supporting initiatives that go beyond this resolution, that goes beyond words. Because MMIP is not just a news headline, it's not some intangible concept. These are lived experiences. These are living experiences on campus. These are living experiences in this room, and it's a living experience that's talking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Mineta. We have a request from trustee Chico to go back to discussion on this item.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Student trustee Mineta, thank you so much for making sure that we acknowledge MMIP Awareness Day. I learned so much from your presentation that you delivered, talking about the experiences, the epidemic that's happening that nobody's really talking about. It's something that I'm glad you're raising awareness about. It's so hard to see the pain that you carry, but I know that you are absorbing all of these stories and retelling and uplifting voices, and that is a very difficult job, but thank you for doing it because it's real tough, particularly emotionally, but we need you to do it. We appreciate it. It's making our college better. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 3.6 on the agenda. Please bear with me. I do have several items that I need to read out. This is a recognition 2024 LBCC Classified Employee of the Year, Kimberly Quiroz. That's awesome. This is not an action item, but the board definitely approves it. And it is our honor and privilege to recognize Kimberly Quiroz, Student Services Technician, as the 2024 LBCC Classified Employee of the Year. Ms. Quiroz first joined LBCC as a Federal Work Studies student in 1998. Since then, Ms. Quiroz has worked in various capacities at LBCC and obtained her first permanent classified job with the district in August 2008. In December 2022, Ms. Quiroz promoted to Student Services Technician. A few of Ms. Quiroz's qualities include being student-centered, extremely professional, respectful, kind, approachable, reliable, and dependable, embodying genuine care towards others and working toward consensus and inclusion, going above and beyond to help students, colleagues, and anyone from the public. That is why she is our nominee for the 2024 California Community College's Classified Employee of the Year Award. This award honors community college classified employees who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to Vision 2030 and equitable student outcomes. This year, the LBCC Board of Trustees endorsed Ms. Quiroz and forwarded her information as the LBCC nominee to the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. Award winners are selected by representatives from the California Community College's Board of Governors, Consultation Council, and the Chancellor's Office. Recipients will be announced and honored at the May 20th, 2024 Board of Governors meeting in Sacramento. The nominees are evaluated on their commitment to Vision 2030 and equitable student outcomes, professional ethics and standards, serving the institution's diverse student population through participation in professional and/or community activities, and serving as a leader beyond their local institution. A video of Ms. Quiroz's qualities and accomplishments has been prepared in her honor. Dario, let it rip.
Hello, my name is Dr. Noel Corral, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Student Services at Long Beach City College. It is with my distinct honor that I get to acknowledge and celebrate Kem Quiroz as this year's Classified Employee of the Year. Kem has been with us a number of years. She's an alumni of Long Beach City College, and she's been instrumental in student support services since I started as the Dean of Counseling and Student Support Services 10 years ago. She is a genuine person that cares about our students and is willing to go above and beyond to do anything to support our students and make sure that they meet their educational and career goals.
Kem is the heart of the Welcome Center. When hosting matriculation events like registration events, Viking Summer Voyage, and so much more at the Welcome Center, she takes the time to get to know staff and students, making sure that she supports students from application all the way through registration. She makes LBCC feel like a home.
Not only is Kem so friendly with students, but she's also seen the enhancements and evolutions of the matriculation office. From the time it started in the I building, where it was at the A building, and now in the Welcome Center. She's seen it all, with the assessment testing to guided placement. She's informed those decisions and made recommendations to all these things that we are implementing now at the college. Kem can be counted on to be knowledgeable, friendly, patient, and always willing to step in whenever there's a need. She pivots and she's always flexible.
Please join me in congratulating Kem Quiroz as this year's Classified Employee of the Year.
Congratulations, Kem.
Congratulations, Kem.
Congratulations, Kem.
Congratulations, Kim. Are you here? There you go. Please stand so we can applaud you. And we will take a photo with you when we go down. We're happy to do that. Dr. Munoz, will you? Yes, we have a presentation for you. We're going to do that at this time, but don't leave because we want a photo with you. So we would like to do the recognition and the presentation there. Dr. Noel Corral will do that. And Kim, if you'd like to say a few words, please.
Just a little. I was under the impression it was a minute or less, so this is short and sweet. Okay. I was under the impression it was a minute or less, so it's short and sweet, but I adore every one of you. First, I want to thank the Board of Trustees, President Dr. Munoz, Vice President Dr. Corral, and my direct supervisor and dean, Dr. Delatorre, and so many more. I'm so grateful for this. I also want to thank Long Beach City College for giving me the environment to thrive. It is such a great honor, and I am truly in awe, especially since I love what I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. Please don't leave. We are going to move on to item 3.7 on the agenda. This is another exciting moment for LBCC. This is not an action item, it's a recognition item. Recognizing the 2024 California Community College Student Leadership Awardee, April Brown. We have an applause and ovation coming for you, April. Hang on. We are proud to recognize LBCC student April Brown, our very own, selected as one of 4 California Community College's 2024 Student Leadership Awardees. April serves as the president of the Umoja Club, a student organization dedicated to promoting equity and inclusivity at Long Beach City College. She was critical in securing more than $17,000 for the club, which is the most funding any equity-driven student club has earned at the college. In an effort to advance the equitable baccalaureate attainment goal of Vision 2030, she organized a leadership tour of the University of California, Riverside for Umoja Scholar students, a spring 2024 college tour in San Diego, and actively recruits students to tour historically Black colleges and universities to help bridge the gap between community colleges and historically Black colleges and universities. April also works in the college's Welcome Center, assisting students and connecting them with the necessary supports to succeed. Congratulations, April. We are all very proud of you. Dr. Corral has something for you, and we would love it if you would say a few words.
Oh my God. Y'all are always embarrassing me. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I was gonna prepare one myself, but I guess I don't need to anymore. So, hello everyone. For any new beautiful faces here today, yes, my name is April Brown, and just as we just saw Kim, that is my supervisor at the Welcome Center, which I've been working there for 2 years. I just had a quick couple words to share with everybody. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to everyone for supporting, honoring, and acknowledging me for this special Student Leadership Award. I really want to first thank God for blessing me and molding me into the leader He deems me to be. I've always had a journey since 15 years old at Millikan High School, leading our Black student population. I was a bit discouraged when I started college out of state, but when I came back to LBCC, I really felt as though that I didn't want to stop what I was doing. And I feel blessed to be able to continue that journey here. I want to thank my mother and father for raising me to be the strong young woman I display myself to be today. I'd like to thank my peers for sticking along beside me. I see you guys back there, sticking along beside me through this journey, and who I hope I'm still inspiring today. And of course, to the staff and colleagues who see that light in me. I am highly appreciative of this honor because it makes me feel like my work and passion doesn't go unnoticed. It makes me feel like I do belong here at LBCC, and I really do feel seen. I hope to continue to showcase my growth from the seeds that you all have planted, and I wish to plant my own seeds to grow, inspiring others around me to be leaders of their communities. I plan to accomplish that statement by finally officially announcing to you all publicly today that I have officially accepted my admissions offer and I've officially committed to continue my education in business management at Cal State Long Beach. So with that being said, I plan to bring the Vikings to the beach as I continue my educational and extracurricular journey at Cal State Long Beach. Thank you all again for providing me this opportunity, and I pray we continue to develop new leaders in our community for the next generation. I love you all, and you guys will always be my LBCC family.
Congratulations. April, we are so proud of you. We're going to move on to the last recognition of the evening. Thank you all for being so patient. This is item 3.8 on the agenda. And April, please don't leave. We're going to take photos with everybody. Item 3.8 is recognition for the 2024 All USA Academic Team Member, Isabella Shiad. Did I pronounce that correctly? Is it Shiad? Shed? Okay, got it. I want to make sure I pronounce your name correctly. Isabella Shed. There you go. All right. This is not an action item. It is a recognition. We are proud to recognize LBCC student Isabella Shed, selected as a member of the 2024 All-USA Academic Team. Only 20 students nationwide are selected for this prestigious honor. All USA Academic Team members were selected for their outstanding intellectual achievement, leadership, and community and campus engagement. The All USA Academic Team is sponsored by Cengage, with additional support provided by the American Association of Community Colleges, AACC, and Phi Theta Kappa. As an All USA Academic Team member, Isabella will receive a scholarship, a special medallion, and will be featured in various media outlets. Congratulations, Isabella. Dr. Corral has something for you, and please say a few words.
Hi, thank you for having me. I want to start by saying that I was very surprised to receive this. I kind of put in my application very last minute to Phi Theta Kappa, the Honor Society, but once I received that, I felt very, very honored. Based on academic excellence, rigor, leadership outside of the classroom, I am majoring in biology at LBCC. This is my second year. I will be transferring after this semester. Started by taking 4 classes, 3 were honors, held a 4.0, second semester, took 21.5 units. As a student athlete, 2 honors classes and held a 4.0. Thank you. This year, I continued in my STEM classes, holding a 4.0 as a student athlete. I also broke 3 of the school records for swimming this year. Although I'm allowed to say I've made all these achievements up to this point, I started in my educational career very struggling in the beginning, I would say. In early elementary school, I had an undiagnosed learning disability, and when I approached my school district about it, they informed me that dyslexia was not real and that they would not offer me accommodations to help. So because of this, my mom and my family, we researched what dyslexia was outside of my school district, and we would seek help from other organizations outside of public schools. So I went through a tutoring program outside of my public school where I would go through this program 2 hours every week in addition to my classes and kind of go through learning to read and spell all over again. After this, fighting the school district. They gave me accommodations that I would sometimes be afraid to use. Going to my teachers, they would think they would be unfair to other students if I would get extra time on tests or have sheets of formulas. So I would stop approaching my teachers about it because I felt like I was causing more issues. So after not using my accommodations, they removed them from my files, and signing up for AP tests, I was not allowed extra time on nationwide testing. So because I've struggled through this with my academic career, I decided graduating from high school, I wanted to return and I wanted to make a change to help other dyslexic and students with learning disabilities. So I did research. I went around, I looked at these programs that I went through personally and how other schools and private schools were accommodating students. So I went to a private school here, Bethany Lutheran, and I sat in and watched how they did it. They ended up offering me a job. So now I'm teaching this program that I graduated through to other dyslexic students. And then I went back to my, thank you. I went back to my elementary school and I presented research. I set up meetings with principals and different superintendents, and I ended up getting to help them with their special education task force and adopting a new system for working with dyslexic students. So I was very honored to be able to support the next generation of students. I also started working last semester at the Autism Center in Cypress to expand my knowledge on disabilities with students. And in the future, I'm transferring, hoping to major in biopsych pre-med, and I want to help more kids in the future by becoming a behavioral developmental pediatrician and really advocating for these kids in addition to helping them. I wanted to thank the school for setting me up for this opportunity and letting me thrive in this education with the honors program, research opportunities, the athletics, the scholarship office, the quality of the education and my teachers, and then of course the DSPS Center that accommodates without any struggle and helps me in any testing or classes that I have. Thank you again.
Thank you. Congratulations. I would like to open up any comments from my colleagues on the board. Trustee Chico?
Can I just say that it was great to hear you so confidently say, I've done this and this and this and this. That is so important for young women to hear. So congratulations and thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so in the interest of time, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege. I reserved my comments on these resolutions and recognition till the end, and I'm gonna go very quickly down the line. First of all, to our classified employees, congratulations. We are so proud of you. We recognize you, and the board is really grateful that we had the support that we had to be able to offer you the spring break vacation that you had, and that was something that was very important to the board, and you earned it and you deserve it, and we applaud you. For the autism acceptance resolution, as a former K through 12 teacher, I cannot tell you how important it is to be able to acknowledge and recognize the student population that struggles with this sometimes invisible condition that a lot of times doesn't have the support that it needs. So as a board, to be able to recognize this and pass this resolution, it is very meaningful for our community, our students, and I know that it's meaningful for our teachers, our faculty, and our students and our parents, because oftentimes autism is not recognized. So we're very proud to make that happen. For the next item, the Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. Thank you, Lulu, you made me cry. Alex, I've gotten to know you this semester and really just appreciate the heart that you put into your work. And we were very proud to be a part, once again, of the Cambodian community, the Khmer community, for those efforts. The Arab American Heritage Month, Dr. Kashu and Dr. Habash, you also brought me to tears. I envy you and others in our Arab community because as you know, I'm half Palestinian. I didn't grow up with my Arab side. I don't speak the language. I know very little about the culture, and I wish I did. And when my father's side of the family, my cousins, when we all get around, I always feel left out because I didn't grow up in that environment. So when I see you and you have your son with you, it makes me really proud. So I do whatever I can to try to learn. And this past month, I actually attended an event supporting Arab American comedians. It's part of my board report. So that was kind of neat because it was outside of what I usually do. But thank you for raising this awareness. For the MMIP, student trustee Emma, I can't wait for your book to come out. Thank you for your heart. And you are so brave. And some of the things you've said on the dais here, they really make my heart stop because of your courage for the past year, the issues that you've tackled, that you have used your platform as a student trustee to lend a voice to your community. And your community should be very proud of you, just as we are. Thank you for that. Kimberly Quiros, you are a rock star. We are so proud of you. Thank you for serving our students the way you do. Can't wait to see what you do next. April, when we were in Cuba, there was a young lady there wearing a t-shirt that said Umoja. She had no idea what that meant. And when we asked her, like, do you know what that shirt is? She said, no, someone gave it to me. And when we explained to her what our students do and what Umoja do, you would have been moved. I have a photo that I'm going to share with you. So please keep up the good work. And I know when you go to Cal State Long Beach, you're going to make us proud. And Isabella, my goodness, where are you? I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see. Well, Isabella, let me just tell you, if you can go back and hear this, I can't wait for your book to come out because you've got a story that needs to be told, and imagine all the people that you will help. So thank you to my colleagues on the board for passing these resolutions. And now everybody, we're gonna take about a maybe 7-minute break. We're gonna all go down and take photographs, so please join us as your group is called up. The rest of you, feel free to use the restroom, and then we'll be right back. Thank you.
Next up will be Arab American Heritage Month. If all participants could get ready for the photo, Arab American Heritage Month will be next. All right, Arab American Heritage Month. Could the participants for Arab American Heritage Month please join the photo? Next up will be Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. Could all participants for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day be prepared for the next photo once this one is done, please? All right, next up is Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. Could all participants for that please join us at the front for the photo? Missing and Murdered. Next up will be the Classified Employee of the Year. Kim, if you could get ready for the photo after this. As soon as they get done, congratulations. All right, Kim, our Classified Employee of the Year. Next up will be student April Brown. April Brown, if you can get ready for the photo, if you're still here. Hey, hey. I got you. April Brown. Is Isabella still here? Isabella? Is Isabella Shed still here? Isabella? All right. Isabella had to bounce. Michelle will send her her award. That's it.
All right, everybody, we're just going to wait about 30 more seconds and then we'll get started. We're waiting one more second. We don't have quorum of the board. Trustee Untuck and Trustee Chico, we're just waiting for them to. There she is. There he is. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone, for allowing us that opportunity to recognize. Can we give it up for LBCC and all these amazing things happening? This, ladies and gentlemen, is what it's all about, this great work that we do here. All right, we're going to move on the agenda. Section 4 on the agenda is standing reports. Item 4.1, our wonderful ASB President, Coco DeBard.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank all of you so much for bringing these resolutions through to help better support our community, our campus, our student life. Awareness is knowledge. And to follow through with that, last weekend, the Executive Cabinet attended the Student Senate for California Community Colleges General Assembly in Santa Clara. Our ASB submitted 4 resolutions and 3 of them passed. Among those passed were the Murdered Missing Indigenous Peoples Resolution, a cultural safety initiative for all California community colleges aimed at providing resources to students. The NAGPRA resolution aimed toward holding colleges accountable within the context of the Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. These were both charged by Trustee Mineta. So I would like to take a moment to thank you. Also passed was the High Flex Technology Resolution, which will advocate and focus on implementing hybrid technology in at least 50% of classrooms on all California community college campuses, so students can attend classes remotely if necessary. As a part-time student with multiple jobs, writing, researching, and fighting for this resolution was part of a mission to make higher education more accessible and further establishing it as a fundamental right. On behalf of my cabinet, this is the first time in 5 years that our ASB has passed statewide resolutions, and in the next several years, we will see the impact of these resolutions taking effect. It's important to emphasize these changes extend past our terms and benefit all California community college students for years to come, for which we are incredibly excited to see. Moving on, because that was a lot. Our mini Grand Prix was yesterday in the Nordic Lounge. We had 200 attendees participate. They also stayed for our Gran Turismo movie screening and our video game tournament. The cabinet is also currently reviewing 10 ASB grants to fund club events. Additionally, we'll be restarting our ASB After Dark events next week for our evening students to come grab a refreshment in between classes. And finally, the cabinet is heading into election season, and the school year will come to an end. Within the next several months, we will hand the torch to new students ready to lead the way. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Coco. Item 4.2 on the agenda, Student Trustee Report, Emma Mineta.
Thank you. As Coco mentioned, at SSCCC, we passed 3 resolutions as a cabinet. The first resolution that I authored was to implement cultural safety initiatives to address the MMIP epidemic, meaning that statewide, California community colleges will recognize MMIP Awareness Day, as we have today, and will also be designating Indigenous Native faculty to serve as Title IX and V advocates for Indigenous Title IX and Title V students when requested. The second resolution that I authored was to establish NAGPRA committees on California community colleges, campuses, which would include having a tribal liaison hired as well as a NAGPRA specialist, because NAGPRA is a federal law, Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act, that legally mandates the repatriation of ancestral remains, funerary remains, and items of cultural patrimony or cultural significance. And CalNAGPRA was created to integrate this into statewide legislation. So it's mandated for any federally funded or state-funded institutions that are potentially NAGPRA eligible, which is most institutions, because we are on the ancestral homelands of many, many, many different tribal nations. I'm also supporting the Ribbonize Your Wardrobe workshop being hosted by the Native American Indigenous Student Collaborative, and we'll be helping with leading demos on how to create ribbon skirts, ribbon shirts, and ribbon pants. So if any students are interested, please feel free to reach out. And thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, Emma. Item 4.3 on the agenda, Academic Senate President Report, Dr. Jerome Hunt.
Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, and distinguished board members and colleagues. I hope that everyone had a restful and restorative spring break, and I just have a few updates to share with you tonight from across the campus. First, in terms of faculty professional development, the Faculty Diversity Internship graduation is slated for May 30th, and all on the dais are invited and will receive an email invitation shortly. The Faculty Professional Development and OLET team have been partnering to customize the Vision Resource Center online tracking system for LBCC faculty. Faculty will be receiving guided instructions on how to apply for and receive flex credit for online trainings. And also from FPD, as a follow-up to the Spring Flex Day feedback, FPD has created a Spring Flex Day follow-up series that continues discussions surrounding AI, dual enrollment, and classroom de-escalation training with Director of Psychological Services, Vanessa Garcia. In terms of online education, after months of preparation, the Online Education Committee and Peer Online Course Review Team completed and distributed a robust 8-week course course design resource document to all faculty. This 32-page resource provides best practices in alignment with the California Virtual Campus Online Education Initiative while addressing the unique pedagogical, technological, practical, and equity-minded needs of 8-week compressed courses. The document is one essential effort to equip our faculty so they can support students in 8-week courses regardless of the modality. In terms of our study abroad program, we are pleased to announce the following study abroad programs were approved to run next year. In winter of 2025, Poli-Sci 4, which is World Politics, will be going to Belgium and the Netherlands. And in spring 2025, English 3, which is Argumentative and Critical Writing, will be going to Paris. In terms of student equity, the Student Equity Subcommittee has scored and reviewed all submissions for the equity mini grants. Currently, the committee is in the process of discussing the rankings and making finding recommendations, and results will be announced soon. In terms of our guided pathways, the Business Management and Entrepreneurship team presented at the Spring Flex Day on AI and how to use it in a classroom. And this team is also working on a Canvas shell that details what AI is and how to use it. The target audience for the shell are students, but the intent is to create a shell for faculty to use in their classrooms. And finally, in terms of our honors program, the LBCC students who have been chosen to present at this year's Honors Transfer Council of California Research Conference that will be held this Saturday at UC Riverside, held a local research conference in the Bistro last week on April 12th from 10 to 12:30, and our own student trustee was one of our presenters there. So we wish our honor students well as they present their research this weekend. And that concludes my report. I hope that everyone has a great start to the second half of the semester, and thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4.4 on the agenda, Classified Senate President Report, Benjamin Chase.
Thank you. I'd first like to start off by thanking the AFT negotiating team, board, and campus leadership team for all getting us the time off. It is only the second time since I turned 16 years old that I had spring break off. It was always the start of my work season from high school and through college. So super happy to have had that time and get to go spend some time with my family. So thank you again, everyone, for that. Dario, if you can, go ahead, show it. So instead of what you normally see from me is PowerPoint presentation for it, I wanted to show a photo and speak a little bit about what we got to experience for it. So in the photo, this was at the League Innovations Conference that was held in Anaheim. The critical thing that you see there is Jonathan Tejada, Sharon McMahon, Ariane Lee, Matthew Sagoda, Grace Galvez, Susan Fitland, Dr. Tracy Carmichael, my dean, Yvonne Gutierrez Sandoval, and Aaron Murphy, and of course, I'm the tall one in the back hiding for it. But I want to thank Dr. Chip West and Dr. Munoz for making it possible for us by increasing the budget for the Classified Senate, so we were able to send 7 of our Classified Senate council members and particularly government representatives to go to this conference for it. At the conference, a couple of things that folks wanted to share back for us. Most of all, being able to come together for Long Beach City College and gain insight into other colleges' approaches to AI, to addressing student needs from varying perspectives, registration, other technologies, et cetera, that were being offered and discussed, and so much more. The big thing, it was great to see also LBCC win an innovation award, Dr. Tracy Carmichael in the house for it. And for us, even as myself, is part of my area with my dean, but I got to go to their presentation to learn more about actually what we did as an institution, what we are doing in the growth of that program for it. So it was great to be there for that. A couple other things of the areas that we saw: leveraging data to create a roadmap for success, the evolution of AI in higher education, where generative AI meets gamification, enhancing student learning outcomes. It's a mouthful. The ultimate playbook, how to up your transfer partner game, big thing about how to get your students best prepared to be able to move on to other institutions for it. The prism of change, building an LGBTQIA+ culture of community. Things that I looked at and saw a lot of stuff they were talking about was micro-badging, micro-credentialing, things that we could look to do at our institution to enhance our skill set for our workforce development teams. On-campus after-school program, as we talked about, for student parents and guardians. Again, that was League of Innovation Award for Long Beach City College for it. Establishing collaborations. The big thing that I learned for it was about how these schools have reached out to others around the country. I guess I always say the best form of flattery is imitation for it, and seeing a lot of stuff that we've done here at our school that others have taken on and grown, and things that we can bring back to increase ours. Creating a culture of wellness, a critical thing since the pandemic, and seeing how we might be able to leverage our culinary arts program and doing like some cooking type classes for the community or for staff or for students for it is a welcome for it. Key things that I took away from the presentation from Dr. Luke Wood, he was the keynote opener for it. The dynamic keynote empowered educators, administrators, and advocates with the knowledge and tools needed to create transformative spaces that provide the academic and emotional flourish, that promote the academic and emotional flourishing of students of color. Together, we can advance equity and pave the way for a future where every student has opportunity to thrive. One of the keynote speeches on Wednesday from Dr. Mary F.T. Spilday. She's the director for Executive Leadership Institute, League for Innovation and Community College. She talked about generative leadership, leading with head, heart, and hand, how it might be applied to resolving the most pressing problems in our colleges. The thing for me, and I know this very personally, this is a process that I've been a proponent of for decades. Not knowing this what it was, but it was just something that I always thought was important. I do know one thing I have an issue with. My heart does get in the way, though. As in tonight, we had a lot of passion and a lot of support for a lot of different issues and things, and so you sometimes understand how that can take over and have an impact on it. I want to second, third, and fourth, Kimberly Quiroz is being the Classified Employee of the Year. She's a collaborator, a facilitator, an amazing smiling face that I get to see and interact with on a daily basis for it, so I was very happy to see us acknowledge that. And my last point, and I think she left, she's not here now, for Angela Folks and Dr. Freeman, the event reminder for the Black Student Success Center ribbon cutting on Monday, April 22nd from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. in the E-Quad at LAC. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 4.5, LBCC FA Bargaining President Report. Suzanne Engelhardt.
Good evening, Superintendent President, Board President, and other distinguished members of the dais. I want to echo thanking you for bringing these resolutions forward. I have the pleasure as a FA President to attend the many and varied celebrations highlighted on both campuses, and it is good to see our faculty showing up for our students and community and encouraging their students to attend these many events as well. I want to also highlight the workshops our faculty continue to create and participate in for our learning community to enhance instruction and student learning, and the work that is going on in preparation for the 4th annual Trades Summer Camps. Thank you, faculty, for your work serving on the many and various hiring committees. Thank you for the countless hours spent with our students, getting and keeping them on their chosen pathways and helping some get back on track when life gets in the way. Keep up the good work and compassion. I appreciate you, and more importantly, our students and their families appreciate you. Be well. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remeda.
Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent Mike Munoz, esteemed board members, members of the dais. It's always a pleasure to be here. After everything has gone on, I'm kind of speechless. The first part of this program was truly amazing tonight. We've moved forward so far, so quickly, it's just hard to keep up sometimes. So I just want to reiterate everything that went on in the beginning of our board meeting tonight was truly amazing, and I'll move on from there. Also, I want to touch on what Ben said. We have a big event happening Monday with the opening of the Black Student Center, and I'm hoping to see all of you there. It's one of a turning of our college to move forward in a very positive area to help students, and this is a very important thing. And Angela, who's running it, is just amazing, and she's totally working to make this a great event for all of it, for everybody in the college to attend. So everybody that was involved in making that happen, I have to thank you. This is a much needed event for the college. And for the rest, I have to also admit what Ben said. It was amazing to have a week off. So everybody said that, and I just got to pass that along. Everybody was thrilled to have a week off and not have to, worry about work. And that was great when the college was actually closed, because we all try to still work anyway, but it's just part of life. But that week really helped a lot of us out, and everybody commented how amazing that was. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping out Classified. And don't forget to show up for the Classified luncheon at the end of the year. I know it's a personnel commission thing, but I think all of you on the dais should be there. All classified managers, all classified employees are invited. So please come by and say hi. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4.7, the Certificated Hourly Instructor Bargaining President Report, Crystal Huckabee. All right, we're going to move on to Section 5 on the agenda. We only have one item, 5.1, and this is our Superintendent President Report, Dr. Mike Munoz.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. Good evening, Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure to provide you with updates for this month. LBCC kicked off Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Awareness Month with a resource fair at the Pacific Coast campus. This month-long celebration highlights LBCC's commitment to fostering an inclusive environment that embraces diversity in all its forms. There are still many more upcoming DEIA Awareness Month events, so I encourage you to visit our website for more information and participate in the various workshops and events planned to deepen our understanding and promote equity within our community. LBCC participated in the annual Cambodia Town Parade earlier this month, with more than 50 participants, including trustees, students, faculty, and staff, managers, and families from the PCC Child Development Center. Our entry delighted the crowd. Even though the time has passed, I would still like to say Happy Cambodian New Year. Next, there are a lot of students and employees we celebrated. So first, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate, let's see, wait till the slide changes, there we go. I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate the newly minted, Dr. Hayarpi Nassisian for successfully defending her dissertation and earning her EDD from CSU-LB. Dr. Nassisian's research on campus climate and ethnic identity development among Middle Eastern and Northern African college students will undoubtedly contribute to our understanding and support of diverse student populations. Dr. Nassisian is a counselor. She's one of the faculty co-coordinators of our First Year Success Center. So we're really proud of her, and just congratulations, Dr. Hayarpi. Last month, 15 students from our Administration of Justice program, alongside Chair Mike Biggs and Instructor Mick Clough, represented LBCC at the American Criminal Justice Association National Conference in Grapevine, Texas. Competing against over 220 students, our team excelled in academic tests spanning various aspects of criminal justice, as well as of physical agility challenges in crime and crime scene investigations. Their performance secured a whopping 13 awards, showcasing the exceptional talent and commitment of our LBCC students. This includes first place awards in criminal law, forensic psychology, and national scholarship awards. Great job by our Administration of Justice students. And I want to give a quick shout out to our foundation. Through Present Circle funds, we were able to actually honor the students at a really nice dinner on their trip. So thank you for the foundation for the support of that. And as we saw earlier in today's meeting, I want to extend a huge congratulations to two LBCC students, April Brown, and Isabella Shedd, for their recognitions. I mean, we heard from them earlier, and if your heart was not beaming, then I don't know what to tell you, because my heart was busting and overflowing with just a lot of pride and joy in our students. They are two really inspirational young students, and I'm really excited to see how bright their futures will be. So again, congratulations to both of them. I'd also like to extend my deep congratulations to Kim Carose for being recognized as LBCC's Classified Employee of the Year. When I first started as Vice President of Student Services, Kim was one of the first employees I got to meet when I was kind of touring the facilities. And she just welcomed me with such a bright smile and such warmth. And I really think, I can't think of a better person to be in the Welcome Center, welcoming every student to this campus. It's kind of the front door face of the college. And so again, congratulations, Kim. And other great news, the Public Affairs and Marketing team just returned from the Community College Public Relations Organization's annual conference, and they brought back some awards, y'all. They received the Gold Award for the following categories: overall marketing for the Belong Beach campaign. Let's give it up for them for that. Internal communications for the 2023 College Day materials, and special message videos for the Grand Prix CTE promotion. They came back with many silver and bronze achievements as well. So huge congratulations to Public Affairs and Marketing. So Carl, Stacy, one more time, big round of applause for them. Finally, I want to invite everyone to two upcoming events. The first is our Black Student Success Center ribbon cutting on Monday at 9:30 a.m. We will have a grand opening celebration complete with music, African drumming, and dance performance, delicious foods from the world's famous Doolin's Soul Food, and free giveaways for attendees. I look forward to seeing everyone at the celebration on Monday in front of the library at the Liberal Arts campus. And second event is our ribbon cutting for the North Long Beach Higher Education Center on Monday, May 6th at 3 p.m. We will be celebrating the grand opening of this multi-use facility, which is in partnership with the City of Long Beach, as well as dedicating the beautiful mural that was painted outside the center with the support of the award we received from the Lumina Foundation. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. We're going to move on to section 6 on the agenda, which is presentations. 6.1, we have the LBCC Foundation Annual Report to the Board. This is a presentation by Paul Kaminsky, Executive Director, and Gina Mascaro, Senior Director of Development and Athletics of the LBCC Foundation. They will present the annual foundation report to the board. Welcome.
Great, thank you, President Malauulu, and Trustee Zia, Trustee Chico, Trustee Ntuk, Trustee Mineta, and the leadership, Dr. Munoz. Appreciate you guys having us out here. This presentation really is a reflection of teamwork with everybody, with the leadership of the school, with trustees, with students, with teachers, faculty, staff, everybody. So keep that in mind. And there's a lot of numbers in this presentation, but numbers are a reflection of donors and they're a reflection of the students that they support. So keep that in mind as you go. I just want to draw one attention to, we changed our vision statement this year to add to guarantee equitable access to financial resources. So that's one, just wanted to call that out. It's in your presentation. We have 28 slides, so I'm going to kind of go through some of them pretty quick. We also added values. We felt that when we interact with donors, staff, these are some of the areas that the staff came up with that we want to make sure that we emulate on a daily basis. In 2020, we kicked off a 7-year campaign called Funding Our Future campaign. And so we're in year about 4 of that. And the idea of that campaign was to raise funds for current programs, but also raise funds for future support of our students. And at that time, we did a feasibility study. We went out to the community. We did 1,000 surveys. We interviewed 40 community members, donors, a couple trustees at that time. And these were the areas that kind of came to light that the community would support. And at that time, we tested a $40 million campaign. And when they came back from the study, they recommended a $20 million campaign. So we started the campaign at that. That was January 1st of 2020. We embarked upon a $20 million campaign to support these different areas, as well as other areas that have emerged throughout the campaign. One of them was College Promise. When we started, the endowment was at 1.6. We are currently at 4.6 million for the College Promise endowment. And the foundation supplies a lot of the extra services that our College Promise program. We have an enhanced College Promise program that we help out with Viking Vault and transportation and different things that students may need along the way. We've dispersed over $1 million in that time since January 1, 2020. We've also, career and technical education came back the year that I got this job, and so we've been really trying to put some money around it. We have a $2 million future gift from Jackson A. Shaw, who used to teach aeronautics here way back in the day, and he's leaving his entire estate to support career and technical education. We've also raised over $100,000 the last few years in scholarship support for that area, and we're working hard to continue on that journey. Student emergency and basic needs, we've raised over $850,000. We work with Justin Mendez on a continual basis. It's one of the areas that we have a lot of engagement with. Workforce development, that was one of the first gifts that we received from the Apostle Foundation. I work with Melissa, she does an amazing job in workforce development and all other things, but we started on that grant. We got our last payment from that, and we have $1 million grant pending to continue the work of paid internships and workforce readiness in her department. Some of the things that have happened during this period, this last 4 years, and I've got to give the staff a lot of credit. We've processed over 19,000 transactions, and usually each transaction, 4 or 5 people have to touch that. We also do a service for the community for organizations like Rotary or local banks that have scholarships. Money will come through the foundation, and then we get that to the student, and then there's no cost to that. We've also processed over 3,600 scholarships. We've added 52 scholarships, and we've also added 26 scholarships endowed at the $25,000 level. Nursing was when we did the feasibility study, nursing came out to be the #1 thing that the community wanted to support, and it's become even more evident now. I know I have caregivers for my mom, and that industry needs more nurses. And we've raised over 1.1 million in endowments to date. In the last 2 graduating classes, everybody on stage got a scholarship because of this effort. And I'm going to turn it over now because we're going to continue some of this stuff, and Gina's going to talk about a few things that she's been working on.
Good evening, LBCC leadership and esteemed trustees. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here, my first time with you guys tonight. After Dr. Ardell Avellino, our LBCC alum and vice president and COO for St. Mary Medical Center, was inducted into the Hall of Fame, he initiated a lead gift to support the first phase of our alumni campaign. So our alumni campaign initially will be supporting nursing, and you can see there the different areas of support for that. This campaign was kicked off in February and is gaining a lot of momentum to support the ongoing needs of our nursing program and the alumni as they enter into the workforce. The next phase of the campaign, phase 2, will focus on our current students experiencing housing and food insecurities with a goal of a $500,000 endowment goal that will support Justin and basic needs emergency support services. Athletics, we have seen a significant increase in athletic fundraising since the beginning of the campaign. Our athletic fundraising efforts total over $1.2 million with an intentional annual fund effort, endowments, grants, increased golf tournament, corporate sponsorships, and that has been an increase of 132% from the prior 4 years. With this additional funding, the foundation has been able to hire 2 Student Athlete Success Center coaches, and this has seen us, that's the picture there on the slide. We have seen significant academic success outcomes because of this. The spring semester in 2023 saw 116 student athletes visit the center for academic support with a total of 811 visits. With the addition of these two staff and just 8 weeks into the 2024 spring semester, we saw 247 students and over 1,575 unique visits to the center with only 8 weeks into the semester. So we are excited about the future of what the center can do for our student athletes. This innovative approach has helped increase equitable student outcomes for persistence and matriculation, specifically for our disadvantaged student athletes and student athletes of color with these intrusive services. Our President's Circle, we are pleased to report, we have seen an increase in funding to our initiatives that benefit students, faculty, and staff programs as led by Superintendent Dr. Mike Munoz. This past year, we have doubled our support from the prior year and increased our corporate and community partners to over 20, as you can see them there, and a significant increase in individuals from our community that have really stepped forward to support and jump on board of the progress that we're seeing with the President's Circle and some of the initiatives that we're able to support that were spoken on today. There's over $325,000 for President's Circle and continuing to grow. And lastly, the foundation is committed to identifying key partners that align with the equity initiatives outlined in the college's strategic plan. That's always in our mind, always in our thoughts as we move forward with anything that we do and support. And Paul's going to speak to you a little bit more about that and the initiatives that we've supported in the past year.
These are just some of the collaborations that we have done within the community. You can kind of read them there. I want to call out the SoCal Adaptive Sports Fair that was held this past Saturday. We had over 725 people attend that, so it was pretty amazing. I know Dr. Corral was there, President Malauulu was there. It was an amazing outreach that was very heartwarming if you were there. They had every type of activity that you can imagine. And so I just want to say thank you, Dr. Munoz, for supporting this. I want to thank the cabinet for supporting that. They would not have been able to do this without your support. And so these are some of the other collaborations that the summer camp that we do. We have about 5 foundations that support that. And I want to thank you for that as well. We are bringing students onto this campus, future students, and educating also on the college promise and the ability to come to this campus. And so the outreach is not all about money. What we do is not all about money. It's about a collaborative effort to really bring LBCC into the community and let them know, as Dr. Munoz has said multiple times, this is a community college. We want the community here, and we want our future students here. So these are just some of the collaborations that we have embarked upon. And I want to thank Gina has really brought a spark to a lot of this. And these are some of the things that the partnerships, I just want to highlight. Special Olympics is here, the summer camp for underserved youth living in North Long Beach, especially in 90805 with Pools of Hope. And we're expanding that camp this year. We just had a big meeting with the Miller Foundation. Adaptive athletes, that number should say 725. This was a pre-registration, but what showed up that day was truly amazing. We also were able to provide buses for the Meet the Arts, which was last week on campus. We were able to bring a lot of LBUSD students here to see our art program, which is quite amazing. And we also partnered with Love in the Mirror for their holiday toy giveaway, and that impacted Long Beach students from ages, 2 to 14 in zip codes 90813, 90810, 90805, and 90806. and they plan to do it again this year as well. These are some pictures that we took. That was from the Meet the Arts. We also did an Automotive Technology Day of Service. We do a lot of, I wouldn't say little things, but a lot of touches on different parts of the campus. Some pictures from our summer youth wellness camp, from the kickoff from Special Olympics, which was a lot of fun if you were there. And also, we did receive at our last board meeting a $1 million commitment from the Temple Foundation to support the DSPS Center. And this is kind of be a game changer. It's going to provide initially, the goal is to create $1 million endowment, but to also have a $20,000 spendable each year to come to the DSPS Center. And you heard a lot of it tonight, and I think we're going to be able to support a lot of that. So feel very grateful to the Temple Family Charitable Foundation. I know Summer Temple is here. So I want a little shout out, a little round of applause for that. That was quite a gift. Also want to acknowledge my board president, Aaron Moore is here, and President-elect Summer Temple's here. Some of my staff, I have an amazing staff. If you ever interact with them, they are truly amazing. And Natalie Hale from our board is here as well. So yeah, good representation. But it's been a fun night. Students are the best. Students are the best. I mean, that was good stuff. We also do a lot of things for faculty and staff. We have provided over $252,000 to faculty and staff grants. And we're also going through that process right now. We have a record amount of requests this year. So we are committed to our faculty and staff as well as our students. These are some of the other grant highlights that we have done this year. We provided $20,000 for the ASU doctorate degree program for faculty and staff. Student success, faculty development, performing arts, it goes on and on and on. And like I said, this is really teamwork. This is not one person. This is always about a team. And I'm grateful that I get to be part of this. So this is good. A couple last slides, and then you guys can ask some questions. But when we embarked on the campaign in 2020, we were at about 17 million in assets, and we are now at over 31 million in assets? Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah. That's kind of fun. I was an accounting major for a while, so I kind of like numbers. I just wish I could see them. And then our endowments have increased from 11 million to 26 million. And that's significant because that's the future funding that we're talking about. So the campaign update, we had a $20 million goal. Initially, we were at 33.5 million as of tonight. So I want to thank everybody. Really want to thank the community. The community loves this school. I think it's the most important institution in the city of Long Beach. That's the staff. They're amazing. Some of them are here. I think Letty's here, Jaleesa's here, Gina's here, I'm here. So we had quite a few folks attend, so that was nice. And look at that great picture of the trustees. That's you guys right there, and Dr. Munoz. So I want to say thank you. It's been a pleasure, and I appreciate the opportunity to come here every year, and so thank you.
Would any of my colleagues on the board like to make any comments? Trustee Antec?
Hey, thank you, Paul, for the presentation tonight. Appreciate it. Always great to hear from the foundation and update. And also I want to say thank you to Summer Temple and her family for the contribution to the college. It's really impressive and helps us serve our students even better and make it benefit the next generation of students. Just want to say it's great to see all the progress, the data put forward, the collaboration and the teamwork, and I appreciate that from the foundation and from your leadership.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Paul and Gina. Thank you for being here. Trustee Zia, did you want to make a comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for yet another great presentation, and welcome, Gina. I love your debut, and thank you for all that you do for us. I have a couple questions. One, namely, is on the second phase of the, I think it's on your slide 13, regarding the basic needs. And what is the time frame on that? And what's the basis for the allocation, the amount? That's one question. And then the second question is, who manages your account in the foundation as far as the dollars are concerned? And how is it advertised, and how are we choosing, are we following a fair, equitable, transparent process and giving opportunities for investment firms out there to have an opportunity to compete? I think it's been brought up in the past, and I may be forgetting your response. So if you can help elucidate that, that'd be great. And thank you again.
I can speak to your first question. When we launched it's an alumni campaign, so looking at alumni to fund it, the goal was $1 million. And we felt that nursing was getting a significant amount of funding from prior support, so we didn't want to lose that momentum with Dr. Avellino. And we thought $500,000 is fair. I met with him. We had multiple conversations about that particular part of the goal. The second phase has come from just a number of emerging needs that have come to us through the foundation and basic needs and emergency services can extend beyond what Justin is doing as well. And as those needs have surfaced and those continued requests have come to us, we identified as a team that with Dr. Avellino and our members of our board, that would be the second priority at this time. Certainly down the road, we would open up an alumni campaign for other entities, but at this point, we felt that has been a pressing need and something we needed to address. And so we felt equally, to get to that $1 million, we were going to divide that evenly. That's how we got there.
What's the timeline on that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The timeline, at this point, we want to meet the $500,000 for the nursing first, and then launch that second phase. So we haven't come up with a hard line. We're still working with our committee. My hope is within a year or 18 months, but we've started off pretty strong. We need to see progress. So we can get back to you on like a specific deadline on the timing.
Yeah, I think we're trying to do all these initiatives because we have an overarching campaign and multiple campaigns within that big campaign, and so try to finish all of that by 2027 to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of the school. That was the idea, so that's part of it. Our management company right now is Halbert Hargrove, and we've had them for quite a few years, and we are, right now we've been discussing putting out an RFP, and so yeah, that has been discussed at length, and so those are some of the things that Aaron and I have been talking about too. So,
Trustee Chico?
Thank you. You all are doing some incredible work. I mean, the numbers that you've presented, you've in 4 years have nearly doubled, what had been previously raised, and I know that the numbers that you're helping our students, I mean, those are astronomical numbers for the small team that you have to send out services like that. And I've done casework. It takes a lot. It's just time consuming because you're doing the legwork to get these answers and find resolutions. So thank you, you and your team. And then also thank you for being so receptive. I've worked in the community for so long that I'm approached a lot about, hey, can we use LBCC? Can we do, there's a lot of things, partnerships that people want. And I was really disappointed because of my injured foot. I couldn't make it to the adaptive sports fair, which is kind of funny. But thank you, Gina, for, really moving forward with that. My friend Kim was determined to bring it here, and she's incredible. She is a force, and I try to help her anytime I can. And so I'm so glad that you were all able to do it here on campus, because it's important for our community, it's important for our students. So thank you for all of your hard work. It's so impressive, and this great work that you're doing is what's helping the image of Long Beach City College when you are talking to people out in the community. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul and Gina, for being here. Thank you for a great report. I look forward to it every year. I appreciate all the work that you do and your staff does. And I had an insider last summer interning for you, and she was absolutely thrilled. She loved working for you. My niece was here for the summer, and she learned so much, and she just had nothing but really great things to say about working for the foundation. It made me very proud. The board has a standing assignment that as board vice president, somebody attends your executive board meetings with your board of governors. And I think that your leadership should also be commended. Your governors there and the executive team, the leadership of that within the board of governors should also be commended, because you all do a good job. And when I served as VP of the board and I attended your meetings, I learned so much. I learned about the process, I learned about the finances, I learned about how you allocated funding, the decisions that were made, and I think it's a great process. And I think that obviously what you're doing is definitely working. You're serving our students, you're serving our community, definitely serving everybody that's affiliated, including our faculty and our staff. But what I love the most is that you don't limit your service to just LBCC. For example, the Sports Adaptive Fair this Saturday. That's an example of some of the things you do that goes above and beyond the community. That's another example of some of the things that you do that shows you care and you want LBCC out there. So thank you for doing things like that, in addition to the work that you do at the foundation with the raising money and the development. So we really appreciate you, and thank you for being here. We look forward to more, right?
Yep,
more of
definitely.
everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 6.2 on the agenda, which is it's a presentation about the $30 million Mackenzie Scott gift update. And Dr. Tracy Carmichael, our Chief Innovative Officer, will provide an update on the gift that we received a couple of years ago and what we've been doing with it. Dr. Carmichael?
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Dr. Munoz, esteemed trustees, and my colleagues on the Executive Cabinet. It's a pleasure to be here to report out on the incredible work that the Office of Innovation has been able to move forward, largely in part to the incredibly generous gift we got from Mackenzie Scott of $30 million. Before I dive into that, I think it's important for me to honor the people behind the scenes who are making this work happen. I have the honor of working alongside Erin Murphy, who is our Director of Special Projects. I see people nodding because Erin works with everybody all the time. She's incredible. I also want public record to show for the better part of 2 years, we had Kimberly Nepomuceno, who served in an administrative capacity on the team. She's now working out of class with communications. No hard feelings, not bitter at all about that. But she provided a lot of great work for us, and so I wanted to make sure it was honored publicly. Before I get into the details of the report, I want to also acknowledge that our role in the Office of Innovation is really to inspire, advise, and move a vision forward. So I'm going to throw a lot of initiatives at you. I want you to go with the understanding that this comes with an extreme amount of collaboration. So behind every initiative you see listed up there is a whole team across the campus and across departments that make this work happen. So let's take a quick trip down memory lane, just for everyone in the room who might not have been here in 2021. I happened to join in 2022, but I think most of you might remember the fateful call that Dr. Munoz got saying LBCC would be awarded $30 million. I believe the story he tells is he thought it was spam and wasn't going to take the call. Between August and winter of 21 to 2022, a lot of conversations, a lot of surveys, a lot of advisory groups to decide what we want to do with that generous gift. In January of 2022, recommendations were brought to this board here, and then in February till now, which I now oversee, the administration of a three-pronged approach to these funds, which we'll get into in a moment here. In the spirit of the gift that was given, I want to remind everybody of the funding priorities for this $30 million. You can see it on the screen, but improve student academic outcomes by addressing racial equity gaps, engage in race-conscious and equity-minded practices that promote an inclusive and affirming campus environment, increased holistic support services for our most vulnerable students. I'd also like to take a moment to point out that this all aligns very closely with our campus strategic plan, and that was important when we got this gift. So the 3 prongs that were approved and starting to be implemented in February 2022 are as follows. So $5 million went to LBCC Foundation, colleagues who just presented. Up to $2 million of that $5 million is for the Long Beach College Promise. You might remember the bar in Paul's presentation of the Long Beach College Promise raising up over the years. Part of that was from this generous gift. And then up to $3 million for scholarship endowment to help support our most vulnerable students, namely basic needs, African American Black students, and our system impacted students. The second prong that we moved forward was $5 million to the college for strategic initiatives. Up to $3 million of that is for equity innovation grants for our faculty and employee and staff to apply for, and up to $2 million for institutional priorities. That sits as a budget to use to launch new initiatives. And then $20 million to endow and invest, grow the corpus, and have a lot of interest to live on to make sure we have these funds, hopefully in perpetuity for many years to come. So I'm gonna go prong by prong now and talk about what's been done in this most recent year in the Office of Innovation. So first prong, the $5 million to the LBCC Foundation. Up to $2 million, you saw that jump on the College Promise graph, and then $3 million for scholarship endowment. We've been able to provide $28,000 in additional scholarships through that. That is cumulative of 2 years, so 2022-23 and then the 23-24 school year. In my conversations with Paul and his team, we're looking at similar amounts, if not more, for the upcoming year as well in terms of projections. Okay, getting into the $5 million that came to the college. A bulk of this presentation is going to talk about that because that's where we're really operationalizing the dollars and moving some initiatives forward. So the first prong of that, or the first area of that, was for equity innovation grants. In the year 2022-23, in collaboration with the Student Equity Subcommittee, we did a robust call for proposals for equity innovation grants. Out of, I believe it was 42 proposals, we awarded the following 5 that you see on the screen. Campus engagement for undocumented students, a leadership program happens to be chaired by Dr. Jerome Hunt over here. First, math and English learning community for students taking math and English together with faculty that are aligned on their curriculum, increasing equitable opportunities for study abroad students, and then support for our MANA program, which focuses on our APID students. Total for that first year of funding is $361,000. So where we sit now in that funding cycle, they're finishing up their first year of implementation. So I'll be excited to report back on the progress. The way it'll work is we will assess the progress. They have a grant for up to 3 years. So depending on the progress, we will award years 2 or 3. Spoiler alert, they're all doing amazing. And I anticipate funding. But I will bring back that update to you. Continuing on, institutional priorities. So this is slide 1 of 2 for all of the initiatives we move forward. A few of these were legacy, meaning that we continued programming when maybe other funding stopped, and we deemed it as an institutional priority. To name a couple, our partnership with Raise the Bar and Showers of Hope, which works specifically with our student parents and our unhoused students, respectively. Continuing on the Strong Beach Go Pass program with LA Metro and Long Beach Transit, ensuring that our students have access to reliable transportation to get to and from campus and or anywhere they need to go, quite frankly. My Pride and Joy, the after-school program with the Boys and Girls Club of Long Beach and Long Beach Unified. And then this year alone, we've been able to help launch the Black Student Success Center and also the Center for Teaching and Learning. So you've heard a couple plugs for the event. I can skip over that part. But while you're there, hop over to Building M and see the Center for Teaching and Learning because they're doing amazing things there as well. All right, continuing on with the list. We were able to launch an EDD doctoral program for LBCC employees and students. They started this past fall. We are, I believe, within 2 weeks of them finishing their second semester with ASU. We have a stellar cohort of 18 students. You see our board president nodding because she happens to sit among them. We expanded international learning opportunities, sending delegations to Cuba and another return trip to Ghana. We are in the process of working with a partnership for advanced parole program for our DACA students to be initiated very soon. And then you all, I hope, have seen the beautiful art that now lives on the east side of Building M. The Office of Innovation served as the budget administrator for the Public Art Committee that was able to do that, and there's much more beauty to come to our campus, so I'm excited to bring back those updates as well. And lastly, the $20 million that we have decided to endow and invest. In August 2022, the board approved the contract with Greystone Consulting. Shout out to Dr. West and his team on that side of the house for sitting in meetings with this consulting group, talking thoroughly about how to best invest it. The funds currently sit at LA County Office of Education. And then it'll be up to us what we do with those funds based on the consulting conversations. In closing, I just want to renew and up our commitment to overseeing the management of these funds, the initiatives that come from it, and renewing the commitment to making sure we do it through the lens and the spirit that it was given. Thank you.
Dr. Munoz?
So I should have probably disclosed this earlier. I'm battling a cold, so I apologize if my voice goes in and out. But I want to just start off by thanking Dr. Carmichael, Aaron Murphy, Kim, and the team, as well as Dr. West, the fiscal team, and kind of getting this all this work launched. As you can imagine, I think it was a really historic moment for the college to receive such a prestigious gift. And I think we really had a very transparent, collaborative process that has allowed us to really identify some key strategies that we really can show through data as making an impact. But one of the key areas that we're hoping to seek direction from the board on is in the area of, if we can go back a slide, Dario, one more, perfect, right there. In the area of the investment consulting contract that we have with Greystone, one of the things that Dr. West and Greystone had kind of were able to work through is currently the funds are being held in a LACO account. And so because it's in a LACO account, it's limited in what we can do in terms of the type of interest that we're accruing and being able to grow the corpus. It's not growing the corpus in the way that we'd want to. And then through consultation, it was really recommended that we should consider having these funds managed by the Long Beach City College Foundation. There are some reasons, and if you have specific questions, Dr. West can definitely answer some of the key highlights. But really, what we're hoping today is to get direction from the board to begin to have discussions with the foundation to see what it would look like to put together an MOU that can allow these funds to be managed by the foundation. And like I said, initially, I think in previous conversations, the thought was to retain the funds on the district side of the house, the $20 million funds, and that's why we went through the whole process to secure a firm to manage the endowment. But based on the feedback that we received for them, the recommendation from both Dr. West and Greystone Consulting would be to partner with our foundation to manage the corpus. So I'll pause there, and then obviously as there's questions and discussion, Dr. West can go deeper, but I wanted to frame that initial question or direction that we're seeking.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Trustee Zia?
I think you stole my question. For me, that was a great preamble. I appreciate that. That was my question, is like, why would we need an investment firm? Nothing against the firm that we approved. And I just wanted to understand the value proposition if we're getting that low of an interest commensurate with putting it in a CD almost. It's less than if it was in a CD. Not that I'm an investment guru, far from it. I would be supportive. I was supportive to begin with. I didn't quite understand why it was bifurcated initially, but I trusted the process, and I will trust that all those items have been worked out. I just ask that whoever manages this account, we get the best interest for the college district, and then we also advertise widely and make sure it's equitable and transparent and fair, so people have an equal opportunity and equitable opportunity to compete for this amount. And the other value that Paul spoke about earlier with the $20 million endowment and assets, that's one. And then if I can traverse the terrain of my questions with Dr. Carmichael, I love that you're a PhD. That's a whole nother league. So thank you for the work that you do for us. You never fail to impress me. I have a question on slide number 6. there's five, I know it's the foundation slide, but it's mainly a comment. I'd appreciate if we can get a little bit more alacrity out of these scholarships and disbursement early on. I know it's 5 million, and yet scholarships that were awarded 28,000. So I just want to flag that for the team to bear in mind and make sure we maximize that and distribute it early. On slide 8, the 528,000 plus that you've dispersed, how many students have been housed as a result of this amount?
I'm sorry, did you say have been housed?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm unsure, but I'm happy to follow up with you on that when we look at the specific partnerships that serve housing specifically. I'm sure we could get that.
And does Raise the Bar house the students, or what exactly do they do?
So Raise the Bar supports student parents. They do provide financial service, full wraparound workshops, and support for student parents, but nothing specifically around housing. Correct, Dr. Krall?
They do offer, correct. In addition, they do offer rental subsidy, up to $150,000 of rental subsidy.
Okay, so if you can provide those numbers at and when you can. And I'd like to punctuate for the record that I'd like to see that there be an emphasis. I know your pride and joy is the after-school program, and I hope this will be an additional one and we can give it extra attention, because to me, as you know, this has been a 9-year endeavor to try to house our students, and we're getting closer in the home stretch thanks to the great leadership of this board and our staff. So if you can do that, I'd really appreciate the emphasis and upping the ante on that front from this $2 million and earlier, please, than waiting until the end. But I do look forward to seeing the numbers and seeing how that would bode in perpetuity beyond the 4.1% shown on slide 10. So I'm really grateful you mentioned that, Dr. Munoz and Dr. West. You're always ahead of the game. I love it. So whenever, is that going to come by way of a presentation to us or? MOU. Okay. So do you have a time frame on that front?
So what the steps would be tonight, the board, assuming the board gives direction. I've had some pre-conversations with Paul and the foundation to kind of outline what an MOU could look like, but I didn't want to get too ahead of myself without seeking direction from the board. So if board is gives the direction, then Paul and I will sit down to formalize MOU, and obviously would work through the fiscal office to bring an MOU hopefully to the next month's board meeting that would outline much of what we can agree to in terms of implementing that partnership.
Okay, I'm in support of that, and that's just my perspective. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Antec?
Yeah, thank you. I know we act as a board and not one individual, so thinking as a group dynamic of things that can be evaluated and considered. Just a quick question, and maybe I should have asked sooner. On the foundation, actual board of directors, not the board of governors, but the actual board of directors of the organization, how many Long Beach City College staff are on that board of directors?
Are you talking about executive committee for the board?
So it's a nonprofit 501c3 that has a board of directors. Is like the 30-member governing board the board of directors, or there? I figure there's a smaller number of people who are actually board of directors of a nonprofit. That's in your nonprofit, like, was it 991 form? 990 form? Has, how many?
15 executive and about 65 directors.
And how many of those are employees of the district? None? None? Okay. Yeah?
So we actually, Paul, if I say anything that's not accurate, or Aaron, please correct me. The executive committee structure does have seats, though, on the executive committee for representation of LBCCD employees. So, for example, or not employees, but trustees. So typically, historically, the vice president of the board sits on the executive committee. The superintendent present has a designee, which my designee is Tracy. So there is district representation as part of the executive committee in an ex officio capacity. And then I'm also, I believe, well, it's me or my designee, so I've designated Tracy. So those are the two employees. Is there a student as well? And so we have an LBCC student as well as a member of the executive committee. And we attend the executive committee meetings. I give a update, and then obviously Tracy, and right now it's currently Dr. Baxter. They attend the full executive committee meetings.
So does the executive board have fiduciary responsibility, or all 75 people? Does your board insurance only cover the executive directors, or all 75 people? All 75? And is there any foundation staff that are also Long Beach City College staff? No.
Nope, all foundation.
I appreciate the collaboration, and I think, my understanding, and make sure we're not having collective amnesia. When we did look at potentially before going with the foundation as managing the larger fund amount, we were offered a higher interest rate, a higher fee than we went to the other firm. That was my understanding at the time. Part of the decision that we made was that we didn't get a comparable fee. So it was actually cheaper at the time of going outside the foundation and through the foundation. I do, and as I also recall, before Trustee Baxter became Trustee Baxter, she was the executive director of the foundation, and she was an employee of the district. But that, I think, created a conflict of interest when she became on the board. And then at that point, it was transitioned to a non-employee executive director, and we've not returned to that model. 12 years?
Correct.
14 years, however long it's been. For me and my consideration, I asked for my colleagues, if we're going to have more oversight, more partnership and collaboration, there should be some more formal roles of the district in the governance of the board, whether that's 1 or 2 formal board seats of individuals that are signatories for the organization, or if there's opportunities for our staff to be embedded in the organization as support. I know we have the contract later tonight about our ongoing funds that we've been providing, I think, since 2021. Or there's an amendment extension for 3 years, or tonight, right? But it would be great to have some additional formal integration, especially with a larger financial commitment. I mean, I think we've done like $50 million or something in the last 6 years, all combined of all the different contributions we've done to the foundation. And I think that would, for me, and I think for my colleagues, something to consider as we look at a new MOU is more formal integration for it. Because I know when we started the whole $30 million fund, and I was board president at the time and was involved in the conversations, we created the advisory group specifically to give additional transparency, to give community, student, faculty, on campus, off campus input. And I don't know if that's something we can replicate if we do move forward with the funds going to the foundation. So those are just some things I'd like to recommend the board as an entirety, not just me as an individual, when the items are negotiated or discussed in a future MOU.
Noted.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Carmichael, thank you for your presentation. Oh, yes, Dr. Munoz?
Just as a point of clarification, because I don't want to assume, so I have direction that we can begin to enter into some discussions with the foundation to bring back an MOU for consideration.
I'm okay with that, as long as we take into consideration what my colleagues on the board have raised as some of the concerns, and then when you bring it back to the board with direction, we have, the discussion there reflected in that recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carmichael. I also want to thank you for the work that you do. I know that a lot of people don't understand what you do. I've often heard.
I try to.
But I do, and I see you, and you've been a tremendous help and support to various different programs on campus, not just the ASU EDD cohort. You've just been outstanding and seeing things through, so I appreciate your diligence, and keep up the good work. Thank you
so much.
All right, we're going to move on to Section 7. That's right, thank you. Section 7 of the agenda is the Board of Trustees, item 7.1. This is an action item. We do have a presentation, it's the annual report. So before we get to the action item, let me go ahead and read the item, and then I'm going to introduce you to come on up and speak. So the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees accept the 2023 Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report, which will be submitted. In accordance with Education Code 15280B, the Citizens Oversight Committee is required to submit an annual report on its activities. Summer Temple, Vice Chairperson for the Citizens Oversight Committee, will provide a summary on the 2023 Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report. This report covers bond-funded activities for the specific period of January 1st through December 31st, 2023. Community members will receive a copy of the annual report via email, and printed copy will be available upon request. After acceptance by the Board of Trustees, the report will be posted to the district's website. So we will have the report first, and then when you conclude, we will have any questions or comments, and then we'll entertain the motion to accept. So please welcome Summer Temple.
All right. Salutations and good evening to the board and esteemed college leadership. As chair of the Citizen Oversight Committee, it is my honor to be here tonight to give you our annual report that is required by the bylaws. In fact, the Citizen Oversight Committee is pleased to present the 2023 annual report, a requirement under Proposition 39. This report is presented to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees and community to summarize the accomplishments made during the 2023 calendar year using funds provided by Measure E and Measure LB bond programs. And so, to give you an overview, we'll start with the budget overview. Total budget is $1,833,245.440. Sorry, that's a large number. And our total committed amount is $1,168,881. And our expenditures to date is $1,061,315,446. Our status of projects, we have completed 112 projects. We have 4 in construction and 7 in design. Now, going over our energy and sustainability. So all new and major renovations are designed to be energy efficient and to exceed the energy conservation requirements of Title 24. The district also participates in the SCE Savings by Design rebate project and has received over $2 million in energy rebates since 2003. So some of the completed sustainable projects in 2023 was at LAC Building M, the multidisciplinary facility replacement, and then the Train Ensemble building management system as well. Just to note a couple of completed sustainable projects from prior years. Building X, the central plant, was built that provides additional chill water capacity to feed the air handling units of future new buildings on campus and allow for more energy efficient air conditioning. There have been EV charging stations put at both campuses. And also note that there have been solar panels at the LEC parking structure and the PCC parking structure as well. And those currently are generating, I think it was at the LEC campus, about 4,000 kilowatts. And I think that was further on my other, here we go. Yeah, so 4,000 kilowatts at LEC campus and 2,000 kilowatts at the PCC campus as well. And LBCC has also had some awards in honor of some of our design and energy sustainability. The California Community College's Chancellor's Office Board of Governors recognized Long Beach Community College District in its presentation of 2018 Energy and Sustainability Awards. The most recent one, as you can see, we had several for many years, but the most recent one this last year was for Building M for the CMAA Project of the Year Award. We're very proud of that. Just to highlight a few projects completed prior to this year. Of course, we all know about the auditorium and the remodel of that and how great it looks. Building A was student services, the bookstore, the math and culinary arts, Building D science, Building C nursing, Building P English, Building L library. So there's just a little review of projects completed at the LAC campus. At the PCC campus, we have the parking structure, the building CC Fitness Center, the building GG Student Services, the building HH Child Development Center as well. So for this year, projects completed include at PCC, the building MM Construction Trades. This was another partially state-funded project. This design will renovate the west wing of the current building M&M, which houses the HVAC and carpentry departments. Construction started in December of 2020. The new building MM1 opened for classes in spring of 2023. So some current ones still in construction. LAC is doing the ADA building barrier removal project. This project encompasses most buildings at LAC. The scope of the work includes replacing signage, doors, touchless restroom accessories, doormats, and door hardware. And of course, at LAC, we had our groundbreaking of Building G, our new music and theater complex, which will be a new 67,000 square foot building that will create a performing arts complex and will house music, theater, dance, and radio TV. Construction began last summer on that one. Over at PCC, we have the building MM Construction Trades, a partially state-funded. This design will renovate the west wing of the current building MM, which houses the HVAC and carpentry departments. Construction started in spring of 2023. And back over at LAC, we're doing a pavilion being renovated that's going to be turned into a functional coffee shop. And construction for that also starts in the spring. So some projects in design to go over right now. We have several. We have, of course, our College Center, Building E, new construction to house food service, dining, student gatherings, lounge space, conference and meeting rooms, student government, student life, international center, social justice and intercultural center, and a basic needs center. We are doing an e-sports room classroom in Building M, campus-wide access controls, stadium and athletic sports complex, North Long Beach Housing Department, LAC Student Housing Project, and the safety and access through environmental design as well. And let's see. Some of the community engagement that has taken place is LBCC celebrates new state-of-the-art multidisciplinary building with a ribbon cutting ceremony, and as well as, like I mentioned, broke the ground for the new performing arts facility. And I think that is the end of my report. We have for this year had I forgot to note one other thing. So for this year, as noted also in our bylaws, we're required to have 2 meetings. In 2023, we met on January 30th and August 21st. Meeting information can be found online. At each meeting, we reviewed the quarterly expenditure reports and noted that all expenditures were for projects that appeared on the ballots as approved by the voters. The committee also reviewed and relies on annual financial and performance audit reports, which are available online as well. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Summer. Anyone have any comments? Question from Trustee Ntuk.
Okay, thanks so much, Summer. What was your thoughts on the audit report from June 30th?
Which report?
The bond audit report presented to the committee, Oversight Committee.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Did you have any thoughts on the presentation of the bond audit report on June 30th?
We ended up having the meeting later online, right? Chip, I'm sorry, you're talking about a year ago.
Yeah, he's talking about it.
This is a 2023
Yes, yeah, you're
report
right.
from last year.
From the January 30th, from the audit reports?
Yeah, the bond oversight was supposed to look at the audit reports of the expenditures. Did you have any feedback on the audit report?
Well, I can tell you that as far as our audit reports go, we have always come back with clean audits. Always come back with clean audits that are reviewed, then are presented to the committee, and we review them, and they're, like I said, they've all been clean. They've had no issues, nothing major to report on them.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Zia?
Thank you, Summer, and welcome. So many debuts tonight. I am proud to have recommended you to be on the Citizens Oversight Committee and supported by my colleagues. I really appreciate what you reported on as far as the sustainable development that we do. Oftentimes, I think that we do it so much that it becomes ubiquitous and we don't necessarily think about it. But if you really look at your report, I'm looking at the 17 pages and the awards we've gotten on energy and sustainability is really, really great and astounding. I'm not certain, like with $2 million in rebates, that's quite a bit since 2003. So I just wanted to crystallize that for the record and then really applaud our team and, of course, the Citizens Oversight Committee for overseeing these expenditures and then also our buildings and making sure that we're fiscally prudent while we're leading and world-class sustainable developers. So I just wanted to commend you and thank you for a great presentation and welcome. I'd like to see more of you and your team here. Thank you so much.
I want to give a lot of credit to Dr. West as well and his team, always doing a great job. And not only that, Dr. West and the rest of the college, it wasn't noted in here, but one thing that has amazed me is how much we have been able to utilize this bond money and then capitalize on state funded to grow that and to do even more projects because of that. So it's been by the great work of Dr. West's office and that area. Dr. West, referring back to Trustee Intuck's question, I do not recall anything from the January 30th.
No, I was gonna add in, so we bring that report back. I'll tell you that this board, formerly led by Aaron, now led by Summer, they're not a rubber stamp group. They ask a lot of questions. They went through that report really thoroughly. We did have a clean audit. We have had a clean audit throughout our process. And they asked questions really targeting sustainability. Last year they asked, as this is their report, asking to come back and asked for a full sustainability update for the first time. So we put together some new programs that hadn't been done before to really talk about sustainability and how we're gonna bring that forward. That's been questions that we talked about in our previous meeting that just happened last month. Sustainability was a topic as well, and they wanna see that really crystallized in the new facilities master plan in a really intentional way. So both with audit and with kind of the day-to-day, this group is really doing due diligence and making sure that every I is dotted and T is crossed.
Anyone else? Yes, Trustee Ntuk?
Sure, I wasn't alleging it was a rubber stamp board or entity, but much of the presentation today is exactly what we've got in the facility master plan done by our facilities group that we've gone to retreats and so forth, done by your team and staff. And was trying to differentiate of the oversight committee. It talks about the bond measure audits in particular as the primary function of the organization or the group, and the oversight and the responsibility back to taxpayers. That's why I raised the question, not because it's a rubber stamp board. Because we get all the same documents, we approve the same audits. We changed auditors this year from last year, so we have a new perspective, a relatively new, fresh set of eyes. Familiar with the clean audits that we received, but also would love to get some analysis from the committee in the future of what was your feedback on what the performance that they did as the auditors. So,
Thank you for sharing that. I had not realized that we had changed audit companies from the previous year. So, well, actually, I'm sorry. I did realize that, Dr. West, we did change it over. The reports in-house. Anyway, yes, we will make sure as a council, I will bring that up at our next meeting and ask for feedback from fellow committee members on how they feel the feedback is on the audit group. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. I just want to say thank you. The Citizens Oversight Committee is one of those thankless jobs. It's one of those time-consuming, volunteer, you don't get paid, you don't get a stipend for type of committees. You serve really, around your family time, around your work time. So we are very grateful for your service to LBCC, and you and your colleagues that are on the Oversight Committee. We are deeply appreciative because everyone who comes on campus always comments on how beautiful our campus is, and the buildings and the facilities and all the renovation and new structures, and that people don't understand that has to do with the Citizens Oversight, the Bond Oversight Committee. So I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for the work that you do. Please continue. I know that you have terms and you have term limits. So as long as we have you, we appreciate the work that you're doing.
Well, as a
Thank you.
former student from 25 years ago, I remember what the campus used to look like. And it is with great pride I sit on this committee and watch the transformation of when I was a student to the world-class facilities that we have now. So it is an honor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to section item 7.2. That's right. Thank you. 7.2 on the agenda.
President Malauulu, I think we need.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do. I will entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
We have I heard Trustee Untuck with a motion, but then I heard him say second. So,
We said at the same time.
okay, Trustee Zia, I did not hear that at all, but I will give Trustee Zia the motion, Trustee Untuck the second. Any additional discussion? All right, and then Madam Secretary, yes.
I just want to also thank Summer and her family for the gift that they gave to our students of, I believe it was $1 million, so thank you very much for that.
All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta, Virginia Baxter absent. Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, item 7.2 on the agenda. This is revised policy and administrative procedure, Chapter 2, Board of Trustees, Board Policy 2330, 2340, 2350, 2355, 2360, 2365, 2410, 2430, 2431, 2432, 2435, second reading, and administrative procedures 2340, 2360, 2365, 2410, 2435, informational. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised Board Policy Chapter 2, Board of Trustees, and once again, Board Policy 2330, 2340, 2350, 2355, 2360, 2365, 2410, 2430, 2431, 2432, 2435, second reading. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
We've got a motion by Trustee Untuck and a second by Trustee Zia. Now, I do have to read each one with I'm sorry, Trustee Chico. I apologize for that. I hear you, and I'm giving you your due. Sorry about that. Now, for the benefit of the public, numbers have to be read out into the record. So it's Robert's Rules of Order, and we've had parliamentary training. So bear with me. I've got to read a few of these with the titles. BP 2330, quorum and voting. BP 2340, agendas. AP 2340, agendas. BP 2350, speakers. BP 2355, decorum. BP 2360, minutes. AP 2360, minutes. BP 2365, recording. AP 2365, recording. BP 2410, board policies and administrative procedures. AP 2410, Board Policies and Administrative Procedures. BP 2430, Delegation of Authority to the Superintendent President. BP 2431, Superintendent President Selection. BP 2432, Superintendent President Succession. BP 2435, Evaluation of the Superintendent President. AP 2435, Evaluation of the Superintendent President. I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta, Virginia Baxter absent. Herlinda Chico. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7.3, revised 2024 board meeting schedule. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve the revised 2024 board meeting schedule as submitted. I need a motion and a second. We've got a motion by Trustee Chico. Second by Trustee Untuck. So the only change is the August 7th board meeting. It was August 14th, 2024. It has been moved to August 7th, 2024. And for the benefit of the public, all of this information, including the board policies, are available to the public on board docs. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Trustee Zia?
I'm sorry. Can we state why we're moving, why we're making the change?
So as you know, as we continue to explore the possibility of pursuing a potential bond in November of '24, in order to be in alignment with the deadlines to file, should the board pass a resolution to move forward with the bond, that August 7th date allows us to have the meeting in August within the timeline that we would need to file the resolution with the county, should the board decide to move forward. If we maintain the current August 14th meeting date, it would be after the fact. And so that's why we're moving it forward, so that the board has time to have ample discussions, weigh in on all the different data points that they will need to weigh in on and reflect on before they make a decision like that.
When is the deadline for the bond?
So I believe it's August 16th, 2 days. August 9th, excuse me.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta, Virginia Baxter absent, Herlinda Chico. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7.4, Board Self-Evaluation Process. This is a discussion information item only. Dr. Munoz will address this item. It's a selection of a facilitator, complete self-evaluation summary presented at board summer retreat, self-evaluation results, assist in setting upcoming board goals to be approved by the October board meeting. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. So as you know, it's that time of year where we need to begin to start to discuss the board self-evaluation process. The board self-evaluation process is a critical component of our accreditation standards. And so essentially what I'm coming before you is to seek direction. The recommendation I'd like to bring forward to the board is that we continue to work with Dr. Kindred Murillo. As you know, you've gone through 3 cycles with Dr. Murillo. She has extensive experience as a former retired superintendent president, and she has familiarity with the college. She's helped you revise your goals over the last few years, and so I'd like to bring that recommendation forward. And then essentially what would happen in the process, should the direction be given to begin to continue to work with Dr. Murillo, what we would do is we would set up a meeting between Dr. Murillo, myself, and Board President Malauulu to review some of the updated accreditation standards. As you know, the accreditation standards have been revised, especially as it relates to the areas of the Board of Trustees, or to the governing boards, I should say. So we're gonna look at the new standards and kind of make sure that the existing self-evaluation tool that is being used aligns with those new standards, and then kind of reach consensus on that. And then she would work with our institutional effectiveness office to administer the board self-evaluation survey that would be completed by each and every one of you. She would receive the survey results and compile them, and then present them in feedback during our board retreat in August. So I just wanted to kind of remind you all what that process looks like. And then after the board retreat in August, usually sometime in October, we bring back the final revised board goals based on the self-evaluation process and discussion that took place in August. So again, just as a matter of good practice, I just wanted to seek direction from the board. If this process that I just outlined is agreeable, we will then begin to move forward with this process.
All right, any discussion from my colleagues? I am agreeable to the process. I'm agreeable to having Dr. Kindred Murillo continue. In the past, it has been past practice that we have our evaluator with us for 2 cycles, right? 2 years? Is that how that's worked? Is this her second?
I don't think there's necessarily a past practice that it's only up to 2 years. I know that prior to working with Dr. Murillo, there had been kind of turnover year by year with different evaluators, different facilitators. But it seems like we found the right one that the board seems to enjoy working with.
Okay. All right. Trustee Ntuk?
I'd just like to speak in support of the recommendation. I enjoyed working with Dr. Murillo, and she did a great job. And I think it gives some continuity going forward. And I hope in preparation for that, how is that going to work before? Because August, right?
So just kind of to outline the timeline, probably sometime within the next 2 weeks, myself, Board President Malauulu, and Dr. Murillo will sit down to kind of look at the new accreditation standards and look at the instrument and see if there's anything that stands out that might need to be revised with the instrument. And then Dr. Murillo, based on that feedback, will sit down with Dr. Van Volkenberg in institutional effectiveness to kind of finalize the survey instrument. The instrument itself obviously is released through the Institutional Effectiveness Office because we have the survey platform that allows Qualtrics for you to collect that data anonymously. Then the data is compiled and it's shared with Dr. Murillo. She then kind of walks you through in August the line item analysis, and then through discussion based on the line item analysis, feedback is collected to then be able to take that feedback to potentially revise your board goals. And then from my experience, the last few cycles that we've been through, each year there has been, based on the discussion, some revision, some level of revision to the board goals. Most of the goals stay pretty much the same, but there might be a language enhancement or an additional goal or objective added, and then that is usually brought back in October for full vote.
Last time, I'm just hopeful, I think this is our third year with her, we'd be able to continue on the same metrics that we've measured on so we can see a 3-point trend. But I do understand there may be adjustments. I think ACCT updated their updated their accreditation standards, so it'll be interesting to see what those changes are this year.
I would point out the changes to the ACCJC standards as they relate to governing boards are actually viewed as kind of being more, I don't know if supportive is the right word, but definitely more supportive of kind of the governing boards and the role of the governing boards. So I don't necessarily see items being taken off, but there might be a new item added that might better align, measure with those new standards.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Dr. Munoz. You have your direction. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 7.5 on the agenda, which is our Board of Trustees reports. Who would like to go first? I'm going to volunteer you. All right, Trustee Zia, thank you for volunteering.
Dario, if you can bring up the pictures. Wait, hold on, don't start my time yet.
We're going to split Trustee Baxter's time. We each get an extra minute and a half today.
So this is on March 23rd, I presented to Cal State Long Beach for Women in Engineering, Beach Women in Engineering on Transportation, Sustainability and Transportation. It was so wonderful to see so many students, about 100 students. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is with the new dean, and you can go through the next one as well. These are all the students. If you are on the far left of you, if you look at the screen, that's Deja. She's one of our students at Long Beach City College. The rest of them are Cal Poly, namely Cal Poly and Cal State Long Beach students. They really were amazing, but I have to say I was a little biased because of our Long Beach City College student present there, so she got extra love. And getting into maritime and engineering sector, so I want to see more of our students in these programs to have an ability and pathway to get into good careers, engineering, and also maritime sector. This is the whole delegate. I try to get everybody in. I kind of crashed that picture. Next slide. These are our students that have a partnership with the Port of Long Beach. Next slide. On March, in March, we also received a grant from our congressman. It was wonderful to be there for a space beach. I had the pleasure of being there with my colleagues. Next slide, please. This is, as you can see, we have a beautiful delegation from our career technical education and workforce development. Of course, we had a beautiful representation from PCC and Don McIntosh, the city attorney. Next slide, please. This is at the Cambodian Festival at the Long Beach City College in Pacific Coast campus. We kicked it off. It was wonderful to be there. Trustee Baxter, Vice President Baxter spoke. Next slide. These are our carpenters who had representation there. And next slide with Vice Mayor Allen. And next slide, this is and Councilwoman Suli Sara recognizing our presence there after Trustee Baxter, Dr. Baxter, spoke and addressed the public who were there at the college. And then next slide. So speaking of space speech, we have Long Beach City College, who's been a recipient of the grant. We've led the way thanks to our career technical education programs and our industry partnerships and our workforce development leaders here. This is a picture of, on March 29th, I got a tour of LCOM, the industry partner that I had the great pleasure of bringing on board to hire our students and design a curriculum for us to have our students go through. And what you see there is that those are harnesses that are made. They're manufactured. They have the large 80% of the market share, and they are the supplier to SpaceX, Virgin, Blue Origin. So they're the leading edge in the space speech, and we're their partners. They have 100 vacancies. I know I talk about this on numerous occasions in our board sessions, but I'd like to see more of our students get into these programs. So I'm doing my part, and I have sent some recommendations to our wonderful student trustee. So hopefully she's been able to get it out there to our students to apply. And then Melissa Inficino, our Vice President of Workforce Development and Government Relations. So next slide. Okay, that's pretty much on the pictures. And I just wanted to recognize that on May 11th, our former student trustee, Jorge Chavez, he was on the board between 2017 and 2018. Before two of our trustees joined our board, and he's being honored as the Young Democrat Leadership Award, John F. Kennedy Awards by the Los Angeles County Democratic Party, and he also is the Bell Garden City Councilman. So for our students, I just want you to know it's very possible. Our very own Jorge Chavez is getting an award. I'm so proud of him, and where I really want to see more of our students really lead the way and feel that they can have a seat at the table and take leadership in public office as well, because you can and you will. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Chico?
Thank you. So on March 18th, I attended the LA County Commission on the Status of Women Annual Luncheon. Dario, I have a picture from there. It was actually really great. Long Beach was well represented in Los Angeles. At the end, we have Councilwoman Suli Saro, we have Celissa Uriarte-Smith, and we have Ellie Perez, who is the Executive Director of the LGBTQ Center here in Long Beach. The next slide, please. Oh, that was some of the firefighters that were there too at the event. Next slide. Then I attended on March 28th, Centro de la Raza VIP reception. And just to give you a little bit of background, this is an exhibit that is at the Historical Society of Long Beach right now. And in the 1960s, according to the website, they saw that the largest and fastest growth of the Latino population, of the Latino community here in Long Beach, it grew about 400% in the 1960s. And so the East Long Beach Neighborhood Center, also known as the Centro de la Raza, or Centro, was created. So this is an exhibit between 1970 and 1985, the Centro's programs were chronicled through the photography of John A. Taboada. He went by JT. He's a former Cal State Long Beach student and member of the local Chicano community. The members of the Long Beach Chicano Community History Committee, made up of former Centro members, have recently devoted countless hours to the digitization and digitization and identification of these rare images. JT passed away last year of cancer, and so we have, Press Telegram did an article on the Chicano Six. So they're, you know, our famous legends here in Long Beach, but it's Ron Arias, Phyllis Arias, it is Carmen Perez, and Margie's on there, and then I think also Dr. Armando Vasquez Ramos from Cal State Long Beach. So please go visit Margie Rodriguez. And so please go visit the Historical Society. It's going to be, this exhibit is there through the end of the year, and it's really important that we know this history and what was fought for, particularly with our demographics changing so rapidly. Next slide, please. I was at the men's, Cal State Long Beach men's volleyball team at their recent tournament or their recent game. They honor at the beginning of every game, public first responders and public safety personnel. So I support the Women's Fire Alliance. Some of you may know that I work for LA County Fire Department. And so these are incredible women in the field. And just so you know a little bit about them, WFA is a nonprofit organization dedicated to support and empower women in all aspects of fire service by promoting an equitable work environment. And so it's a really great group, and I was really proud that we were recognized. Next slide. And then on Sunday, I've been limited mobility-wise, right? I hurt my foot, and so I haven't really been able to attend a lot of events. I'm just starting to get out again. And so on Saturday, I went to the Partners of Parks event awards ceremony at El Dorado Nature Center, which is so beautiful. Next slide. And I just got to say congratulations to my friends, Dan Knapp of the Conservation Corps of Long Beach and our very own Carl Kemp. Carl, you know, has been recognized for his outstanding marketing communications here and the work that he does at the college. But also, if you go to the next slide, he's also, he was being recognized for organizing Juneteenth. And here in Long Beach, not on campus, but through the city. It was a huge undertaking, and it's grown since he started this. And it's an important celebration that we have in our city now, and I'm really proud of Carl and all of his efforts to really get that off the ground. Next slide. I just want to show my niece and nephew who are repping LBCC at their school for College Day. They go to school in Whittier and yeah, exactly. And keep making those, the shirts and caps for our youth. I think once they start wearing it, then they really want to, they're thinking about college, that they're going to go to college, and there's a lot of opportunity. So we start the conversation young, and I want to thank our team for providing those to the kids around town. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Ntuk.
Hey, thanks everybody for being here. Very active last 30 days. One, I want to start off, we hosted the ACCT Global Leadership Institute here on campus. We had about 40 or so trustees and presidents from around the country here for 3 days at the CLAC room up the new Aquatics Center. It's just really a great opportunity to hear from other states about their trustee issues and policies. The rest of America is so different from us. Trustees are appointed by the governor or by the mayor, or don't run for office at all. It's a very different process and have different types of jurisdictional authority than us. And many of the folks in Missouri or Texas have had student housing for decades. They're like, oh, you don't have it? We've had it forever. So it's very interesting to get their perspectives, but it was also a good realignment of what trustees are supposed to do. They do have a new book. They have come out with a trustee handbook from ACCT that I think is a PDF online. So if you want some good 50-page reading before you go to sleep, there's an opportunity for my colleagues. But it was just really great to host everybody. They were very impressed. A lot of great comments on the facility. We did do a tour to talk about the Boys and Girls Club program, went to the classroom, highlighted the joint partnership with a nonprofit, Long Beach Unified, hosting here on campus, the academic increases we've seen from parents who have the opportunity to drop off their kids between 2 and 8 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Traditionally, we've done preschool kids at Long Beach City, but this really opens it up for older kids. The kids do get, a dinner, homework support. It was interesting to hear that Long Beach Unified came in and rehabbed the classroom space outside to make it comport with K-12 requirements, and also overdid the curriculum. So it's not like the kids are just sitting there coloring. They have very specific math and reading curriculum they have to follow. So it's a great added academic experience, and they were really impressed with what we've been doing. Had the opportunity to go to the Hall of Champions Award that we had for our Athletics Hall of Fame this last year. Just great stories. There was one track member who's now a professor in New York that came all the way in to talk about how Long Beach City College has changed his life. It's just great stories of our athletic stars over the years. Your favorite Raider was there as well. So it was really nice to connect with them. This past Saturday, we did host the North Long Beach Small Business Expo at the new North Long Beach Higher Education Center. That was our first public event we were able to have there. This was an opportunity in development that was ready to go pre-pandemic and has been delayed almost 3 years now due to just the constraints of the pandemic. But it's a great partnership through the City of Long Beach, working with our business development folks, SBDC folks, but also Pacific Gateway, which does workforce development for the city. So there was about 20 different vendors, from the IRS to SBDC to some community-based organizations talking about resources for small business and entrepreneurs. We have many folks in North Long Beach who have no other choice but to be an entrepreneur. If you sign up and you get a tax ID number, you can use that for banking, for processing documents, for participating legally in the economy. And so it was really nice to be able to see those resources brought as our first kickoff event. Plus, it put a little pressure on the city to give us the code, let us install the computers, get the Wi-Fi set up, all these last little things that they've been kind of dragging their feet. Got a good nudge, but it was really a great event this past weekend. Also, I was able to attend the Sankara Cambodian New Year event at the Long Beach Trade Tech campus. It was really nice event. Good representation, multi-generational, the cuisine, the culture. We had the Buddhist monks back, again, leading a prayer session. It just really is, I think, speaks to the volumes of our collaboration with the community of coming on campus, not having to go across town to El Dorado Park to have a Kamai New Year celebration, to have in the heart of Central Long Beach, to be able to be a host. This higher educational institution is here for the community members, and just really great event. And I really want to commend Dr. Suli Saro, her hard work, her and her team. It's months of work to make that event happen the day before the big parade happens. And so it's a lot of work went into making it go well, and appreciate everyone who did come out for the parade from Long Beach City College. It was great turnout, great representation.
Thank you. It has been a very busy month since our last board meeting. First of all, I hope you all had a great spring break. I hope everyone is rested and restored and refreshed and revitalized and ready to finish the semester off with a bang. I would like to commend the Women's History Month Committee for outstanding events throughout the month of March. And backtracking through my calendar, March 20th, 21st, and 22nd, we hosted the Association of Community College Trustees for a Governance and Leadership Institute. I am on the National Board of Directors of ACCT, so it was just such a privilege and an honor to be able to host my colleagues from around the country. They love our campus. They couldn't believe it. They asked so many questions. The meetings were held at the CLAC, and they were just blown away by how beautiful LBCC is. So it was so nice to showcase. Governance and Leadership Institute focuses on board governance, trustee relations, and I took 15 photos of some of the slides that they presented. I've attended 7 GLIs in the past 8 years, and I'd like to think that that's why I'm a decent trustee because of all the training that I've had and just the knowledge that you gain from being in that space and learning what a trustee should and shouldn't do, the role of a trustee, how to work effectively with people. It's just really cannot be underscored enough. On the 22nd, that night, I attended the Hall of Champions events. Congratulations to our athletic department and the foundation for an outstanding event. And then on the 22nd and 23rd, we had an ASU EDD cohort retreat in downtown Los Angeles, and we got to visit the ASU Center, which I didn't even know existed. It was at the Historic Herald Examiner building, which was not my first time there. I'd been there when I was a journalism student at Cal State Northridge, but it was so nice to be there and to realize that ASU has a space there. On the 25th, I attended the board audit subcommittee. Our audit findings are great, and we gave direction for next year. On the 26th, and I thought Dr. Munoz was going to highlight this in his report, but we got to hang out with Eduardo Chavez, who is the grandson of Cesar Chavez, and he was right here on our campus showcasing his award-winning documentary. On the 27th, we hosted Dr. Robert Garcia, Congressman, once again, who bestowed upon us a generous gift toward our Space Beach initiative at the Long Beach Trade Tech and Community Learning Center campus. The next morning, I was collecting another check at the Board of Governors, thanks to the Temple Foundation, who bestowed upon us another great contribution that is going to be used for our students. On the 29th, we boarded an airplane and flew out to Miami and then to Cuba for spring break with our Cuba delegation. It was an amazing transformational trip. I'm going to show some pictures in just a second. And then we got back on Saturday the 6th, late at night. Sunday morning the 7th, I was back at the Long Beach Trade Tech for the Cambodia Town Parade. Very tired and very jet lagged. But I was there representing for the community which I serve. Cambodia Town does sit, half of it sit in my trustee area, so I wanted to make sure I was there for them. On the 10th this week, we kicked off the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility initiative for the month at LBTT, Trade Tech. And then on the 11th, and again, I thought Dr. Munoz was going to share this, so I bet he's saving it for his next month report. I attended the Long Beach Chamber of Commerce lunch in which he presented the Sean Lumachi, I don't want to mispronounce it, Lumaki Rising Star Award to Gusto Bread, very deserving of that. On Friday the 12th, I had the privilege of speaking at the 4th Annual Ethnic Studies Summit. And Saturday the 13th, once again, the SoCal Adaptive Fair Sports Fair. Thank you to the foundation for that. Now, Dario, you have some pictures you're going to show, so we're going to go a mile a minute on these pictures. So go ahead and just, I don't know what order you got them in, but go ahead and let them go. Are they up there? Okay, so Dario did this for me. Thank you, Dario. It was very last minute, but this are some of the highlights from our Cuba trip. And on the bottom left there, you see one of our professors, one of our students, and me. We got to attend a drum jam session. The top left was one of my favorite places, and this was the Cuba Literacy Museum, with was part of the revolution. I can keep going on all these. The bottom right, that's the Che Guevara Mausoleum. In the middle there, you see me, and guess whose house that is? That's Ernest Hemingway's house. This English teacher could not go to Cuba without visiting Ernest Hemingway's house. There's a ton of pictures there. I can't wait for Dr. Munoz to put together a report about it next month. We actually have some of our Cuba students putting it together, so this is just a sneak peek. All right, and then on the top left, that's our wonderful tour guide from Cuba and our wonderful bus driver. So that is Sara and Eduardo, and you see they're wearing LBCC pins. I had an opportunity to gift them with some pins there. In the middle, that's my friend Andrea Sulsona, who is Vice President of the YMCA Development. We attended I'm an alumni of the UCLA Reardon Fellows Program and the MBA program, and they hosted a fundraiser this year which was focusing Arab American comedians. So these are all Arab American comedians. It was a week ago, and I invited Andrea. She's a UCLA alum as well. We had a great time, and you know what? Arab American comedians are very funny. And then on the bottom right, that was at the Ethnic Studies Summit. And then on the bottom left, I just want to highlight that one last picture of our Cuba trip. We see the Cuban flag there. You see Dr. Siri Brown, who did an amazing job organizing a great trip. And we will do a full report on Cuba next month. And I think that's it, Dario. Is that all? Thank you for putting that together for me. I know it was last minute, but I love how you put them all in one screen. So thank you, everybody. And we're going to move on the agenda to section 8. And this is the consent agenda, item 8.1. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Any requests? Awesome. So I need a motion and a second for item 8.2, approval of the consent agenda. And Trustee Chico made the motion. I need a second. Trustee Untuck with the second. Do we have any discussion on any item? All right, Madam Secretary, we're going to go ahead and, with a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter, absent. Herlinda Chico? Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8.3, approval of the minutes of March 13th, 2024, regular Board of Trustees meeting. This is an action item. Oh, I'm sorry, nope, these are all under consent. Sorry, my bad. We're going to skip over to section 9 on the agenda, human resources. Item 9.1, new and/or revised board policy and administrative procedure, chapter 7, human resources, board policy 7330. Second reading, Administrative Procedure 7330, informational. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised Board Policy Chapter 7, Human Resources, Board Policy 7330. Second reading, Trustee Chico with the motion. Trustee Untuck with the second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter, absent. Herlinda Chico? Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. I do need to read out that it is BP 7330, communicable disease employees, AP 7330, communicable disease employees. Sorry about that. Item 9.2 on the agenda, employment contracts. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve, ratify the employment contracts as submitted. The following employment contracts provide the employees with a term of employment, a salary, along with health and welfare benefits, life insurance. This is for Allison Brown, Interim Director, DSPS, term April 8th, 2024 to April 17th, 2024. Is that correct? Just the 2 weeks? Okay, I want to make sure that's not a typo. Salary, $4,242.56 based on a proration amount. And Bernadette Gonzalez, Interim Director, DSPS, term April 22nd, 2024 to June 30th, 2024, salary $26,293.07 based on a proration amount. I need a motion and a second. Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Chico. Any discussion? I have a question. I'm just wondering about that interim director salary, why the term is so short?
So Allison Brown stepped in. So let me take a step back. We had a DSPS director leave. She accepted a position at another college. And so Allison Brown agreed to step into that role on a temporary basis so that we did not have a gap in coverage. And then, but she accepted also, she was in a search as well and accepted a position somewhere else. So then Bernadette Gonzalez was willing to step in and will be serving in that capacity beginning on 4/22 all the way till June 30th. And we hope to complete the permanent search process before the end of the school year.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. All right, any additional discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter, absent. Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 10 on the agenda, Academic Senate, Title 5, Section 53203. Item 10.1, no items. Section 11 on the agenda, Academic Affairs. Item 11.1, child care fee increases for 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve the fee increases for the child care centers effective July 1, 2024 as submitted. The LBCC Child Development Centers are proposing a tuition increase for the 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 school years. We have attached documentation, including a chart of tuition rates from other local preschools and competitors. Our last planned tuition increase was implemented in the 2023-2024 school year, and our LBCC CDC handbook states that we evaluate annual tuition increases to remain aligned with current child care market rates, and periodically we implement these 2 years at a time, so families are aware of the increase planned for the following year. We had to implement small increases in 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, and 2022, 2023 as the California Department of Education increased their reimbursement rates, and we are contractually obligated to match them or charge more than their rate. The CDC administrative team has completed a comprehensive search of our local competitor rates, and we have all reviewed current child care market rates in Los Angeles County and California. Not only will these proposed rates be competitive, these will hopefully help us not scramble to rapidly raise tuition should CDE increase reimbursement rates again, which is likely to happen. These rates will not affect our low-income families, most LBCC student parents, as they likely qualify for CDE subsidies and can receive free or reduced cost child care through our general child care and California State preschool grants. The proposed tuition increase will take effect at the beginning of the next fiscal year, July 1st, 2024. However, in the past, we have allowed our currently enrolled families to pay the current rates until the new school year begins in August, which also keeps families enrolled during the summer. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Chico, second by Trustee Untuck. Any discussion? I just want to state for the record, I've served on the Early Childhood Education Board of the YMCA for 10 years now, and I'm very familiar with rate increases, even though we offer low subsidized early childhood education to our participants. In the 6 now, it used to be 5, but we grew by 1 area preschools. I'm very familiar with this, and I'm aware that LBCC does everything it can to keep those costs down. So thank you for that effort. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter absent, Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Nay.
All right, motion carries. Item 11.2 on the agenda, new and/or revised board policies and administrative procedures, Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4103, 4231, second reading, Administrative Procedure 4103, 4231, informational. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policies, Chapter 4, Academic Affairs, Board Policy 4103, 4231, second reading. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion? I'm sorry, Trustee Chico. Sorry, Trustee Chico. Any discussion? All right, for the record, it's BP 4103, Work Experience Education, AP 4103, Work Experience Education, BP 4231, grade changes, AP 4231, grade changes. Madam Secretary?
Student trustee Manetta,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter absent, Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 12, Administrative and Business Services, item 12.1, no item. Section 13, Student Services, item 13.1, Annual Approval for Student Trustee to receive compensation for board meetings. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve compensation for the student trustee as submitted. Annually, the Board of Trustees shall consider whether the student trustee shall continue to receive compensation as outlined in California Ed Code Section 2024, District Board Policy 2027, Policy on Board Member Compensation and District Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 2005, Policy on Student Member of the Board of Trustees.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Chico, second by trustee Zia. Any discussion? I would just like to add that we are happy to provide compensation for our student trustee. It is minimal. I wish that the Ed Code would allow for more because our student trustees certainly deserve it. Many of them rearrange their class schedule to be here on board meeting nights. They're here for a very long time. They do a lot of work outside of board meetings. But unfortunately, we are bound by the Ed Code to the amount that we can offer as compensation. And if it were up to us, I'm sure that we would increase that because, like I said, you deserve it. Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter absent. Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 14, reports. Item 14.1, Board Committee Report. Trustee Chico and I attended the Board Audit Subcommittee. The audit is progressing. We did give direction for next year. Would you like to add to that report? All right. And now we're going to move on to section 15 on the agenda, which is public comments on non-agenda items. We do have multiple requests. I would just like to review our board policy and our meeting policy that we are limited to 20 minutes per item, per subject. So we're going to start with 2 comments. What I've done is I've grouped them into the 2 comments that are not related to the 1 comment that most of you have been here for. And by the way, we welcome you and we thank you for your patience. So I'm going to call up Antonia Chaco. Did I pronounce that correctly, Antonia? All right, and the next person is Oscar Gudino. Oscar, are you here? Come on up. And you are limited to, I believe there's gonna be a clock running, is it 2 minutes? 3 minutes. Oscar, welcome. And just please be advised for everybody, the benefit of the public, that we are not allowed to comment on public comments. It's just not protocol, so when people do give public comments, we are prohibited from commenting. All right, there you go, Oscar.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar, and I'm taking construction classes here at LBCC in the Pacific Coast campus. This is my second time up here. The first time was 5 months ago when I requested to see if you guys could extend the classes to the night, which was awesome because the week after, the classes were already posted, and this, my classmates were like, "What, what'd you do? What'd you say?" I just said what you guys, told me, and it was mainly whoever did it. Thank you. And this semester, the night classes, they were full, at least 30 students, both classes, Tuesdays and Thursdays, all ages, creeds, races, sexes, everybody was there. And it was awesome, it was good. It was a warm feeling. Now, the thing is that, unfortunately, the classes, students have been dropping out. It's expected, but the ones that I've been able to reach out to, they have said that they feel like we're not learning what we're supposed to be learning. It was difficult to figure out how to quantify that, how to, any metrics for that. And during the spring break, I was able to obtain the course outline for one of the classes. And it's sad to say that out of the hours that's promised to the students of the things that we're supposed to learn, we're like 30-something hours short of the things that we're supposed to be learning. I've spoken to faculty, students, teachers' assistants, former faculty, and they all said the same thing in different ways, that the current faculty, they don't have experience in the field of the things that we're supposed to be learning. And it's not a requirement, but it comes down to safety, the safety of the students. Some of you may know that today in Congress, there was a meeting regarding Boeing and how airplanes, they've been skipping safety regulations, things like that. Unfortunately, people have perished. And we've noticed that also in some of the construction classes, there's a lack of safety. Students without the proper protective equipment, scaffolding that isn't secured. We had to demo moldy drywall. You know, it rains. We're not used to it here in California, but you know, that mold, I've noticed that some of the students, they were coughing. They don't know what the side effects were. My daughter, she has eczema, so I know that it causes skin conditions. So, you know, if you guys don't know what disenfranchisement is, some of you guys know should know that Compton College lost their accreditation because the board, the administrations, they weren't responding. They weren't holding up their end of the bargain, and that affected me when I was a kid 20 years ago.
Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate you coming down.
Yeah.
We're going to move on to the next set of speakers. We are limited to 20 minutes, and you are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I'm going to just backtrack just to give Antonia one more bite at the apple. Is Antonia here? Okay, so we're going to move on. The first speaker, and if I'm going to call you up, and if you can just line up so we can keep the line moving, that would be great. It's going to be Nona. Nona will be first. After Nona, I have a speaker card that doesn't have a name on it. It's number 3. There's no name on it, so we're going to leave this to the end. Catherine will be after Nona, Alexander, Sky, Grace, Taya, did I pronounce that correctly? Taya, and then Cameron. Once again, welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
I come representing the 300 students, community members, and staff that have signed on to this open letter addressed to you all. Honorable President and Board, we, the students, staff, faculty, and community of Long Beach City College, call on you to divest all worker benefit funds from BlackRock in the 2024 to 2025 adopted sources of income towards the Long Beach City College District Futurist Trust, and to adopt a set of guidelines for ethical standards that all future investments must meet moving forward. These guidelines must include safeguards against business with climate criminals and weapons manufacturing for all our futures. We know that LBCC does not directly invest in weapons, but when you pay fees and own shares with BlackRock, an entity that, for example, owns 6.1% of Boeing, according to an SC13GA form filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission cited by Fintel, you irrefutably do. We understand that the retention and growth of funds for pensions, sick pay, disability, dental, and all other forms of non-salary compensation for our classified and academic workers is a top priority for the Trust. It is a top priority for our community as well. We value their labor to the highest degree. These workers are entitled to a dignified and comfortable environment, as well as all insurances available to care for their health and well-being of themselves and their families. We also understand that we can achieve this and meet ethical standards, and that these two goals are not only possible, but mutually critical. We face a reality of scholasticide, a term first coined by Oxford's professor Karma Nabulsi to describe the systematic destruction of education in Palestine in 2009, from the primary to the university level. A press release from ReliefWeb, a United Nations humanitarian information resource, on January 20th, 2024, reported that the Israeli occupation forces killed 94 university professors, along with hundreds of teachers and thousands of students as part of its genocidal war against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. That is a quote. As a community committed to the universal liberation of colonized people and workers around the world, we understand that the futures and health of our staff are inextricable from those of Palestinian students and teachers. At the same time, as defenders of the environment, we recognize the toll that weapons used on occupied Palestinian territory are having and will continue to have on emissions and air quality for decades into the future. Authors on January 9th, 2024, published a paper titled A Multitemporal Snapshot of Greenhouse Gas Emissions from the Israel-Gaza Conflict that reports the projected emissions from the first 60 days of the Israel-Gaza war were greater than the annual emissions of 20 individual countries and territories. BlackRock profits off of the death of human beings, not only in Palestine, but in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, and the Philippines by selling investment packages known as iShares U.S. Aerospace and Defense ETFs.
Thank you, Nona. Next up will be Catherine, and forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Taiyea, and I would like to continue reading the letter that's been signed by 300 community members, including students and staff. We demand change, and we are confident that you will respect the wishes of the community because the money you manage belongs to the community. We trust you will uphold the stated LBCCD Trust Strategic Goal number 4 to invest in people and support structures for transformation. Please understand the power that we hold as a public institution with a student body of over 20,000 students. Please understand that divestment from BlackRock is a way to bring an end to violence through economic diplomacy, that the more expensive this massacre becomes, the closer we will come to ensuring that the last person whom these weapons killed was the last person these weapons will ever kill. As an alternative, we offer for your consideration Boston Common Asset Management for their commitment to ethical investing and their reputation to ensure the safety of your principal and yield. Thank you, with love, Long Beach City College students, faculty, staff, and community. I'd like to urge the board to motion for a discussion to draft a proposal for divesting from BlackRock and to have extensive meetings with community members, especially students and staff, but also neighbors like myself who live in Long Beach, who are born and raised in Long Beach, and am deeply ashamed that our tax dollars, that our community is investing in a genocide in people on the other side of the world who are just like us. At the beginning of this meeting, we made a commitment to honor Indigenous people, to honor the victims of the Cambodian genocide, and to honor Arab Americans. But we must not only use our words, but also actions. And that means divesting from BlackRock and divesting from genocide. I have about a minute left, and I'd like to take a moment of silence for the victim of genocide, the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Thank you, Taiyea. Catherine? And I'm sorry, are you all LBCC students? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine. I'm an LBCC student. Good evening, LBCC community, leadership, and esteemed Board of Trustees. I'm one of the many people here today to ask you for your consideration of LBCC's investment in the company BlackRock. We have an obligation as members of this institution to examine where our money goes and what it supports. The violence our country is perpetuating against the Palestinian people comes from weapons manufactured by companies like Boeing, RTX, General Dynamics, and Lockheed Martin. BlackRock funds all of these companies. I ask you all to consider immediate action to divert LBCC's contribution to BlackRock and begin looking into alternative options. LBCC is an institution that celebrates diversity, inclusion, and justice. To do this wholly and truly, we must engage with the difficult questions that surrounds major institutional funding and how we can change it for the better. I thank you for your time and your consideration of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. All right, and Sky?
Good evening. I just wanted to clarify, also not all of us are LBCC students, some of us are just members of the community. But with that out of the way, good evening. I'm here standing in solidarity with my friends here and as well as the hundreds of LBCC students who signed our forms in order to present that letter that was read out to you by the previous attendees. And I stand here as a student of this college, a member of the community, and as a human being. And as a human being, I believe we're responsible to have empathy. And part of that empathy is to consider how our actions are affecting others, particularly our LBCC's investment in the company BlackRock, and how that money is being invested into the contributions into genocide that's going on in Gaza. And so we humbly ask that LBCC divests from BlackRock and is able to find an ethical alternative in the future. And we wish to ask the board at this time, sometime between now and the next meeting, to motion for a proposal to have a discussion, motion for a proposal to have a vote in the next meeting on this topic, or to simply schedule meetings with members of the community, concerned members of the community, in order to have dialogues and discussions about ways to prevent things like this from happening in the future, prevent disinvesting in these unethical companies that are contributing to human suffering. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Grace?
Hi. So, I am here to urge the board to truly listen to the concerns and needs of the students for the school to divest from BlackRock. With BlackRock's numerous investments and profiteering in actions that so deeply hurt Palestinians, Arab students, community members, and their allies, it is the very bare minimum for the board to have an open discussion with the students. To hold true to LBCC's claims of making a space where students belong and celebrating diversity, the board would do right by standing with us and heeding our calls to divest from BlackRock and to support students in their ventures to bring the world closer to a free Palestine. I would like to close this with the fact that my friends' families in Gaza have nowhere to evacuate or shelter to hide in. They do not have second passports or citizenships to rely on, and it takes over tens of thousands of dollars to even attempt to rescue them from Gaza. The least we could do here is support them and to truly be supporters of the diversity that institutions love to claim. We can divest from the corporations that make a living off of Palestinian death. I hope the board recognizes the need to speak to the brave advocates who came here today to better respect their students and the community's wishes.
Thank you. Is Cameron here? All right, we are done with the public speaking comments. I just want to give an opportunity just in case. Did Antonia return? Cameron? Alexander? And then there's one with no name. Did anyone fill out a speaker card and didn't put your name on it? Okay. It is against protocol for us to comment on what you stated. However, it is not against protocol for us to comment on the fact that Long Beach City College, the board, and our superintendent presidents have always been very supportive of First Amendment rights, especially with our students. And we are supportive to have the Viking News here and to have our students represented in all of your voices. I commend you for waiting this long. I commend you for sitting through our meeting. And I thank you for sharing your thoughts with you. This is not an agenda item, so we cannot give direction. However, I think perhaps in the future there might be a request for information about some of the subjects that have been discussed, and we certainly are open to having an additional discussion. So thank you for your time and thank you for being here. We're going to move on the agenda to section 16, We do have a second closed session. Item 16.1, further discussion of the items listed under closed session items, which were not completed during the first closed session. We will come back to adjourn the meeting after the second closed session. Right now, it is 9:15, and we are going into the second closed session. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, good evening. We are returning from our second closed session. The time is now 9:56 p.m. We have no reportable action. We will move on to section 17 on the agenda. 17.1, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on May 22nd. Closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30. And right now it is currently 9:57 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.